because all of a sudden my song for the countdown just cut off. So we're just gonna go live now. It's okay. It was only like 2 minutes left, and we're all here. All right. So hello and welcome, everyone. Hello and welcome to those in the chat. Allow me to go over what had happened previously last week. Though there's not a whole lot to cover, considering the fact that it was just one big fight, but there were a couple of key things that did happen. So, last time, the party was recovering from the battle that had taken place on the beach. It was during this time that they were getting to know Rin, the paladin that could also become a werewolf, as well as mentally prepare themselves, physically prepare themselves for what dares lie below. During the preparation, however, Akira believed it was a benefit to get at least a little extra help. So, using his power, he was able to bring forth a member of the undead from those slain on the beach. Unfortunately, because of this action, Anaran was set off. However, there was no time to squabble between the two. There was too much to be done. So the two of them had to set aside what was going on at the moment, despite threats being thrown around towards each other, the zombie, and even Nahiri. But all that anger was then pushed aside, just temporarily, as they go and descend down, taking an elevator down to the depths, where they find an area that had been carved and dug out into a sort of underground prison. And sure enough, because they had heard that there was tectonic activity, that means that there was indeed some lava, and therefore what they had heard about the lava worms was true, as they were also summoned in order to help defeat the party. Lockjaw was the first major enemy to appear on the scene outside of just the random grunts and higher-ranking soldiers, though, as he was, it didn't work out so well for him, because with the combination of Anaran locking him down with all kinds of paralysis, and Reyna essentially making use of that to completely cut him apart, Lockjaw was very quickly dispatched. During that time, though, as everyone was spreading out and defeating enemies as they found them, Kaylee was at work rescuing any of the captives. She had found that one side of the room had just everyday people, commoners, children. She rescued them first, putting them all into the portable hole. But thanks to Akira, she was able to make it to the other side alongside of him, where the more high-profile prisoners were. Bottom floor being more random adventurers, lower level, but the more dangerous ones on the next floor behind very heavy-duty locked doors and walls. As the fight went on, they had found that Jack had quietly entered the fray, getting a rifle and sniping people from afar, though once his weapon finally failed on him, he used some kind of a quick teleport to make it closer to the rest of the party, where he undoes his cloak and reveals that he himself has a lot of mechanized improvements upon him, allowing him to not have 2 arms, but 4, each of them wielding a different gun. And so he went on the onslaught towards everyone, using all of his weaponry, though because his forces were quickly falling and that Lockjaw was not able to even assist in the slightest, Jack was eventually brought down. Kaylee was able to free a few of the more dangerous captives, and they did help out a little bit, but it wasn't until after the fight had come to an end when she was able to release all of them. Now, we come to the party with Jack actually being spared by Evelyn, wanting to find out a little bit more information from him first. Everybody else has been sent above ground, all now waiting inside the Temple of Timora. So, with that, I am going to change the music here. Is there anything of importance that I have missed, since I did not write it down this time?
No. Like I said, it was mostly a fight. There wasn't that many big events.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you pretty much covered all of it.
Hold on,
The sending. The sending that I told you about that Anaran did.
Oh! Aha. At the very end, Anaran had actually sent off a sending in secret. He sent it to Ryudo, telling him that Akira had threatened Nahiri's life. Ryudo responded, and while at first for Anaran, he seemed a little bit surprised, he did end the sending with that he's not at all happy to hear that. So, now, I think on that, we now arrive back still in the underground prison. All that's left is just the party, Reyna, Ren, and Jack, who is pretty much unconscious on the ground and having been completely disarmed from all of his weaponry thanks to Chase. Allow me now to musical changes.
This is technically the next day kind of thing, so we're...
Well, if that's the case, do you want to be in here or do you want to be above ground?
Technically we haven't explored this place yet, so...
Okay.
See if there's any... Yeah. This is more so we get our spell slots back for events kind of thing.
Okay. Since it has been that long, have you used anything to restrain Jackson?
Oh, we definitely tied him up.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Just had to be sure.
He's missing legs anyways.
This is true. Yeah, that firebolt just blew off his leg, so. All right. So, just had to be sure.
Bell pops out of the bag.
Well.
So, what I'm going to do, while I'm getting this, setting the scene, could I get everyone to go on ahead and roll for a roleplay initiative? This initiative will also be used for interrogation. Everybody will kind of go one after another and ask a question, if they have one, until all time or questions have been exhausted. And don't tell me what it is yet. I will ask for it. I'm just in the middle of grabbing. That'll work. Actually, no, that's, I think so.
Fun.
Oversped by the bun.
Still waiting on Sky's roll to come in.
That's work.
D&D Beyond's being slow on my end. Did you see what my initiative is, guys?
No, it's blank for us.
Hang on.
No, that's not the right one.
For me, it just vanished.
That one's more tense. This one, I think, is better.
Let me reset. See if that fixes it.
There we go.
No, let me just grab the iPad and do it that way. Firefox is going to be slow. I'm not going to put up with it right now.
Phantom Orochi, welcome to New Mini Boss, dude. Thank you so much. All right. So, I'm going to go ahead and go down the list. Evelyn, what'd you get?
17.
Okay. Bell
Has not rolled.
not rolled. I'll put him.
He is rolling.
He's rolling.
He critted.
Okay.
For 22. For 22.
All right. Bell at 22. Anaran.
20. Though Kaylee also has a 20, so she beats me.
Okay. Then Chase.
23.
Okay. You guys rolled high.
Surprisingly,
Careless.
yes.
Hold on. Try to get it to do it.
Well, whatever you roll, you can just tell me what it shows you. If it doesn't show
3.
the rest of the party. 3?
Oh, and now Firefox decides to do the other one. I got 3 on the iPad. The Firefox did 16, but I'll take the 3.
All right. Take the first one you got. And Akira.
21.
21. All right. So, if I had the order correct, it should be Chase, Bell, Akira, Kaylee, Anaran, Evelyn, Careless.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm ahead. Close this down. Zoom in here. All right. So, I will now pass it on to you. You are all able to actually rest fairly easily because as you are essentially taking the time to investigate the room right after the fight, checking to see if there's any other enemies, anything that you might have missed. Kaylee especially knew about this. You would have definitely come across these glowing blue crystals. These crystals let off a comforting, cool air about it. Much like the cube of warmth that you have, this is similar to what was given to the frost giants from Reginald, a more natural version of them. These things are giving off a very comforting cold that cuts through the heat. You find them in every jail cell as well as around where the pirates were, because without being near them, the air is stifling.
All right. Okay, so we can begin now?
You may begin.
All right, all right. Ugh. Well, I doubt he rested well, but he'll be coming to in a little while. But while we're still waiting on that, let's spread out, see if we can find any documents or anything. There might be still something left in here. Not sure how forthcoming he's going to come with his information. It's not willingly. Oh, I see. Actually, I don't currently from my position, but I'll start heading this way, and about that time he'll say, "Oh, Akira, looks like you beat me to it. Anything up there?"
Let me see where he is. Oh, okay. Well then, Akira, since you're up there, then I'm gonna make it pretty much clear to you. You don't really need to roll investigation because it's very obvious. You found a small station up there with those ice crystals, or cooling crystals rather, as well as a small desk that has a stack of books, and one of them is open.
Kara's going to look at the open book.
Okay, so you find that this is very much like a ledger as well, but unlike the one that Careless found, this one seems to be a little bit more detailed, as it also includes where money is coming and going, as well as who has purchased who. Basically, for you, a lot of these names you've never seen or heard of before, but you do find that there are several pages that seem to go month by month, showing money being brought in by a mysterious source. And it is just labeled down as a certain amount, and then who'd received it? Mysterious benefactor. Or written down as Mystery B.
As Chase is actually getting a bit too close to Akira, he actually draws his sword at him.
Easy, easy.
Slowly putting the sword down.
It's okay. What'd you find?
And he just picks up the book and just hands it over to Chase. Transactions. People, money, whatever you want, it's right in here.
Mysterious benefactor. Okay. As he steps away, what about the other books?
Those very much the same. They just go back later, or earlier rather. So think of it as the book that's open is the newest one. Those just keep going back in time, and they go beyond 10 years.
Okay. Well. Let's see. Anything downstairs? Oh, there's a careless.
Downstairs, you don't really find too much of anything of interest. It seems just to be a place to, just an entryway.
I was actually just thinking about going down there myself, too.
Yeah, it looks like there's actual rooms downstairs, but dude.
Well, let's go. We can just check it out together if you want.
You already heading down there. I'll go look, see if there's anything else around here.
Okay.
Alright.
Oh, I just walked into. Thought that was a through. Okay, looks. I found a.
Yeah, the map is pretty big and confusing.
Yeah, it's a little messy.
Okay,
in
so I'm
spots.
just assuming this is just boxes, just supplies.
Supplies, though, you do find that many of them are things like food and the like. There should actually be another one of these in there, so let me do that. So food, clothing. It seems that they aren't meant for the pirates. They are meant for the prisoners. So at the very least, it shows that despite their living conditions, he had at least been feeding them and clothing them, giving them at least the basic human rights.
Yeah, dead slave is no cargo, is no money to them. All right. Yeah, I think besides the cells, I think the only last thing to investigate would be here.
Yep, there. That is essentially where many of the pirates had been sitting around on watch. You find various mugs of drinks. There's a crystal on every table, keeping the area nice and comfortable. There are some cards. There's a knife here and there. Nothing of any true interest or value.
Okay, well, to get everybody back together, I'll start heading back since Careless is investigating that room.
Alright, Gabriel. What do I find?
We will find out on your turn.
Yeah, this is me coming back saying, Careless is checking out one last room, but I found his ledger. Well, Akira found his ledgers. I should give credit where credit is due. Most of it's standard stuff except one person with no real name, just mysterious benefactor. Something to ask about. Other than that, that's gonna be it for my turn. I will see what the other people do, and then we'll go from there.
All right. So, basically now, Kaylee, you feel a rustling in your bag as somebody's clawing desperately trying to get out.
She'll turn her cloak, because he's in the portable hole. She'll turn her cloak upside down and dump Belle out.
Yep. Belle just kaplunk. Belle, you are now here.
He just flies away.
He just rolls off and then makes his way directly to the lava.
I dash over to here and throw the fuck up into the lava.
How to
You
how-
vomit and lands right in the lava as it sizzles, crackles, and pops and evaporates into nothing almost instantly.
how the worm don't mind that.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Bell, we dealt with one lava worm, but the other one ran. You might want to get away from there.
That was a more violent transformation than most. I feel like hell.
Well, when you first woke up, you found yourself completely. Well, no, they were all dumped out and sent upstairs. Never mind.
Yep. You were surrounded by several
Yeah,
people.
you were surrounded by like 30 people, including 5 children.
Maybe that's why I threw up.
That or we gotta watch what you eat. Apparently you might have gotten something that disagreed with you. I don't know. Anyways, welcome back.
So, did we die and go to hell, or what I miss?
No. A lot of pirates died. Lockjaw's dead. But Chase points down at Johnson, but Evelyn decided to let him to spare this one for now, at least until we get some answers.
Neat. Neat. I'm proud of you.
Well, considering this is the one that is probably partially responsible for Knives being in the situation she's in, we'll get those answers when he wakes up. But yeah,
Just don't be for the sake of prolonging it.
Yeah, why don't you describe Jackson's how he looks currently for Bell's personal information?
Let me just show him then. Basically this, only all of his guns have been completely like surgically removed from him because it looked as though that the guns were physically attached to his arms, so he couldn't actually drop them. But using the tools I had, basically ripped them all off. Speaking of being ripped off, his legs are gone, at least as far as below the knees, because you can take a look and find that there are some singe marks all around. So either he took a bath in the lava or somebody hit him with some fire. He is currently in this condition, unable to walk or shoot or do anything except be there.
As long as it was not for the sake of making him die slower, I'm proud of you.
Well, Bell, if you'll take a closer look, you'll see that everything except the upper half of it, his torso, is mechanical.
I mean,
So,
what does that have to do with anything?
Oh,
so
yeah,
bleeding out's not an option.
well, I mean, upon investigation, you do find that he is like definitely a common. He's very much a cyborg. He has mechanical parts as well as living tissue. But as far as what Chase was able to do, removing the plate that's around his chest, he has not done that. And it looks to be like a second skin anyway. So it definitely seems as though that he has completely been disarmed and that he's very fully mechanical in lots of places. He's still a living creature.
Okay. I gotta know, though,
Mhm.
when he went for apparently 4 weapons?
Mhm.
Did anybody say General Kenobi?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
No,
Damn it! How did we not make that joke?
do not make that joke.
If we had encountered him directly we might have thought of something like that, Bill, but considering he was playing the act of a sniper for half the fight, no.
Okay, then. Your mercy sparks joy. Your lack of wit does not spark joy. Now, where are the
I
other?
missed ya.
Where are the other two?
Careless was checking out a room.
Oh yeah, 3.
Yeah, Careless was. Chase points over here. Careless was checking one last room over there. Kira was also there, and as for Anaran, I mean, Chase can roll a perception roll if you want, because he wouldn't know. So
I mean,
You are more than welcome to roll for perception if you want to see if you can just spot where Anaran might have slunk off to.
20. So
20 is enough to see that he is by himself up on the top platform, basically where you were fighting Ralphie.
And then Chase points up there, and Anaran seems to be up there. Shit happened while you were gone, Bill. So he's kind of in a sour mood again.
in sour mood again.
Akira brought back an undead zombie.
He does that all the time.
No, he brings a specter, which is a slight Anaran's been okay with, but this was a real, actual zombie of somebody we just killed, and Anaran's PTSD went off.
Oh, he's still on that. Alright, we're gonna have to...
That's something you don't...
I'm not going to pretend. No, I'm not going to pretend like I don't understand.
Yeah, 60 years of that stuff will make a very hard thing to deal with. So, okay. Anyways, anything else you
Clearly, he's still not dealing with it.
Yeah, well. Yeah, well, I don't know how to approach it. I'm sorry. I think we're gonna have to talk to his people more if we're gonna get any idea of how to start helping him.
That would probably be a good idea. Although at the same time, what are the odds? This is more a rhetorical question than anything. What are the odds that we get to his village and it's just like 150 clones of Anaran in personality?
I would hope that would not be the case, but we'll do what we can when we get there. Of course, that also involves convincing Anaran to take us there, because that's going to be a chore in itself. We're going to be more likely.
Why wouldn't he? We're doing his gate stuff. Like,
We technically don't need him.
What?
I'm saying we technically don't need Anaran to lead us.
Okay. What you mean there, Kaylee?
Cyrus. He has a gate in his city. Cyrus can
Okay.
he can locate gates. So
Okay.
if Anaran refuses, then that's not our only option.
We'll still need Anaran to get there though, because if his people are as militaristic as I think they are, if we get anywhere close without one of their own, we'll get into a fight. But
Yeah, but we have one advantage there. I doubt they would want to immediately kill any outsiders who discovered the location of their village. They would at least want to know how they did it first. So
Yeah.
we would have time to talk their ear off. But
that's okay. That is something for later.
I would prefer. I will say that I would prefer to confirm that we have to go there first before we go looking to go around Anaran's, go above Anaran's head on this.
Well, you are more than free to try and get to do work on him, because I still don't know how to approach it.
Bitchin', I have permission.
Anyways, anything
that's-
more?
Oh dear. We're gonna have to wait until your next turn then for that there, buddy.
Oh no, absolutely. But that made my decision on who I'm going to annoy.
Or at the very least, this is probably gonna show up during Anaran's turn, but that won't be for a little bit. So, Akira, we come to you as you are still taking a look at the book or bookses.
He's just going through all the older ledgers and just seeing all the names and then still trying to figure out benefactor or unknown benefactor B, or see if there's actually a full name first and then they went to abbreviations.
All right. So, the moment you start to see information about this mysterious benefactor, it appears to be that nothing has changed. It started off first with fully written out mysterious benefactor, and then later on, it seemed whoever was writing in there just shorthanded it to mysterious B, and then that's basically how it remained. Though you do find that the mysterious benefactor had been giving every single month all those years, but then all of a sudden it stopped a couple of months ago.
Okay.
Any other information you would find would be things similar to what Careless had already found. You didn't find anything of any interest as far as names are concerned, except for the name of Orion, but that one had already been said that it was he was sent off to the arena due to his temperament.
Technically, I really got nothing else, but actually, I guess there's only. You came from here. There's one place I'm actually very curious about is. Over there. So he's just. Akira's probably just gonna head over there, and I don't want to take more time than that.
Okay. You've got plenty of time. Go anywhere you need to.
Yeah, Akira's basically just heading out to the next tower, which is basically this one over here.
When you go up to that tower, you find that there is nothing really of note as far as any kind of papers or books or anything of the sort. It seems mostly just to be a watchtower.
Yep, after that is basically it.
Okay. Then, with that, Haley, we come to you.
I need to talk to you privately.
Yeah, sure.
Probably across the way,
Okay.
where a certain elf can't hear.
Okay. You literally caught me with pie in my mouth.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Chase somehow found a slice of pie inside of Jackson's trousers. He is now consuming Jackson pie.
God damn it, no.
Kagano, for fuck's sakes.
It is actually quite delicious.
I think this is
It
probably...
only tastes partially of rust.
In here. Come on. We're gonna do this as much solid objects between him as possible. Alright.
Has Anaran talked to you at all? I'm sorry. Oh, why am I whipping around everywhere? God damn. Sorry.
It's the map.
Anyways, outside of just little conversation here and there, not much. What's up?
Alright. I don't think Anaran is the only one we have to worry about when it comes to Akira. I found out a while back about Anaran's mental state. I can't explain it exactly, but right now there's two beings inside of his head. One named Sorrow and one named Wrath. They are the literal embodiments of their names.
Okay.
They are basically feral instincts.
Okay, alright. This is not okay. This is not like Soraya.
No.
What did they tell you?
They told me that they wanted to finish up their job, which was basically to consume Sorrow, consume Wrath, before they finally let Anaran go. But here's my worry. They manifested the moment that we found out that Crowley was alive. Like, truly manifested when Crowley was alive. And they wanted to kill Crowley. What's going to happen to Akira if we leave them alone?
It depends. I don't know.
If I can give a quick out of game, that didn't happen in response to Crowley being alive. That happened in response to a priest of Ilmater trying to do to Anaram what he's been doing to everyone else with draining their emotions.
Well,
True.
That's
True.
what actually
Yeah.
triggered that.
Yeah.
That is what triggered it, but that is not what Kaylee saw. She was just there. Yeah.
She didn't technically see it. That's what they told her, I
Yes.
believe.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah. Okay. All right.
That
Okay.
they didn't want to be manifested, but they were forced into it.
Okay. All right. Now this is gonna be like pulling teeth trying to talk to Anaran about this, but okay. All right. I will. When I get a moment, I will talk to him about it. See if I can talk to them. Get a better understanding if they are a threat or just something we're going to have to deal with. As for Akira, I think that really depends on if Akira keeps doing what he did.
I hope so.
I think Akira handled it improperly. Whatever that happened, it responded because in the manner Akira did this. If Akira had talked to us first, had explained his thought process, had gotten Anaran to process it at least a little bit, Anaran, he still would have been mad. He still would have insisted we destroy it. He would have insisted that he didn't see it. But I don't think he would have lashed out the way he did.
And at least Nahiri wouldn't have been brought up.
Yeah, that was the other problem. That was the trigger more than the zombie.
Yeah. We're gonna have to figure something out, because if Akira can so lightly put in danger our friends, then I definitely want to talk to him about that.
It was an idle, in my opinion, it was an idle threat.
Anaran won't take it that way.
I know Anaran won't take it that way. It was a poor move from Akira's stance. Except I think that's what Akira wanted.
That's true.
Akira.
It was mostly to show that there was no, like, Akira couldn't be controlled by him. And if he wanted, he could take away anything that Anaran loved.
Oh, Kaylee. I mean, I think Akira is trying to push people away again. Quickest way to push away Anaran, piss him off. Anaran and Akira were getting too close, and I think Akira got uncomfortable about it.
Maybe. It might also be because of Soraya, too.
Well, yeah, that's another thing we're gonna have to address, but I think everybody needs just a little time to chill out, and maybe we can start addressing these things.
The only reason I'm telling you this is because you're the smartest person I know.
That's not Belle. Yeah, I know. Belle's...
Well, you're the smartest, and you're not stupid at the same time.
No, I get you. Belle...
And also, I'm done holding on to secrets.
No, I get it. I get it. I get it. We need to get this stuff out in the open. We can't be fighting with each other while we're trying to fight Bicus, because that's just going to give him opportunities to hit us harder.
Pretty much.
We'll figure this out. I'd say sitting those two down, having them talk it out, maybe get, I don't know, somebody else involved that can talk sense into both of them. I don't know.
Possibly.
But
We'll have to figure it out once we get back to the pirates.
yep, well, we'll at least get to see some of them in a little bit once we get, well, it'll be still at least a day or so, because we're heading to Dahlem, because we got a lot of prisoners and, well, a lot of captives that need somewhere to go. Dahlem's the quickest place we can get to because of the train.
Yeah.
Alright, and I need to make sure, well, I can ask Jackson, but I need to make sure he didn't do anything. He didn't leave any surprises behind in there. Let's get back to the others. They're going to get worried.
With that, as you guys go back, I will address a super chat real quick in YouTube where Aaron Wimsat, thank you so much, asks, what is your take of a raven? I've seen it being a symbol of resolve for your own freedom as well as misfortune. To be perfectly honest, I see a raven very much like in Edgar Allan Poe, a messenger. Whether that messenger is positive or negative, it depends on the circumstances, but a raven brings a message or sends a message, as what my belief is. Now, that being said, Anoran.
I think that, yeah.
Unless Kaylee, there's one last thing you wanted to do, really quick.
No, I'm pretty much done.
All right. So, Anoran.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, Bella's on his way up to you, but is there anything that you'd like to do before eventually he comes up and says hello?
How does he feel right now?
How does
How
who feel?
noisy? How noisy are the other two?
Right now, Sorrow is very, very much as he always is. There's not much sorrow to be feasting on at the moment because there's more happiness, if anything. But if there's any other emotion that's to be spread, that would be wrath. Especially with what had been mentioned before. The wrath had been sated somewhat because of the fight that just went on, so he's not quite as raging as he was when you first heard of Akira's comment towards Nahiri, but he definitely is stirring still. So best way I can say is that if it would be affecting you in any way, you wouldn't be bloodshot eye foaming at the mouth enraged, but you are most certainly grumpy.
He has like a whole bunch of shit on the table right now. First off, question, these crystals, can they be moved?
Yes, you can most certainly pick them up. You can keep them if you want.
How many are on this table?
Technically one. It's just a one big crystal that's got spires coming out.
How much do they weigh?
I'd say 5 pounds. They're pretty light.
5 pounds?
Yeah, I think they're not exactly to scale. They just look bigger than they really are.
Okay,
But
so
they're
then
they're
those-
pretty decently sized and 5 pounds ish.
Okay, so those other two on the other tables are gone because they're in Anaran's bags of holding.
Okay.
He has ideas.
All right.
He's keeping the one on the table that he's at right now, but that one will be swiped.
Gotcha. Yeah,
And
you are
then-
welcome to take all of them if you would like.
Yeah, he will when they leave.
Okay.
Like he will go into each cell and just grab.
Mhm.
Okay, how many pounds would that be for how many of them?
Oh my goodness, I'd have to count. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40, 50, 65, 70, 80, 90. Oh wow, literally 100.
Perfect.
100 pounds
Sweet.
of cooling air crystals.
Perfection. Those are all going in the bag of holding. Okay. So put that in the trades craft. Okay. So then in that case he has like a cup of Kaylee and him had a prior talk where she made tea, but he's also burning lavender to just try and do everything he can. He knows how to chill the fuck out.
Mm-hmm.
So he looks.
Oh, I'm gonna actually let you say still what you're gonna do before I ask any questions.
Mm-hmm. Basically, this is what he's doing. He is staying away from what he knows are sources of frustrations at the current moment. He's trying to remove himself from as much frustrating or mentally taxing people or things entirely.
And here comes Bell.
And here comes Bell.
shit,
So-
Taco.
Before I bring in Bell into your scene, are you
Mhm.
going to be doing any sendings? Any more
Let's
sendings, I should say.
see. Yeah, I'll take out the sending stone to Nahiri. Click it, activate it. Darling, you there?
Good morning. You sound perturbed. Oh no, what happened?
I'm surprised Ryudo hasn't told you yet.
Oh, he's told me.
Yeah.
The thing is that I want to talk to him myself about that because I have a theory. I have a theory that perhaps he didn't quite mean what he said. Perhaps he lashed out, but I would rather find out for myself. Ryudo, however, is a little bit less forgiving. He is wanting to go on a walk with Akira, and going on a walk with Ryudo, unless you're Kaylee, typically isn't a good thing.
You are not doing it alone. You are not doing that talk with that fucking fox alone. I do not care. He is a threat. And I do not trust him anywhere near you.
You know what? That's fair. Only as long as you allow me to take the lead of the conversation when this happens, okay?
Fair enough. But any sudden movements on his part, and I will lash out.
Well, he's going to have to blink at least a few times, dear.
Any sudden movements that could be hostile, not reactive.
Sorry, I guess it's my poor attempt at trying to make you laugh a little bit right now. Look, we'll work this out. I don't want to... I want to give Akira the benefit of the doubt, considering everything that we've all been through together. That seemed like a very strange comment for somebody like him to make, especially if he would make that seriously. So, That's why I want to find out. I understand how you and Ryudo both feel, but sometimes I want to do things my own way.
Fine. Fair enough. I won't go against your judgment. As long as you abide by my conditions.
It's less me abiding by them and more so that I believe that you should also be there. So.
Alright.
I'm
Okay.
putting my trust into you as you are putting your
I-
trust into me. We'll
I
make
want
it
Onyx
through
there
this.
too.
Oh, Onyx?
want
Oh,
every
sure.
I want every able body, just in case.
I'll make sure that Onyx is there. I know she is, she's back here still in the Sanguine Sea area. She's currently talking with Silver. So, no doubt that they've got a lot of political stuff going on. Boring to me. So I'm letting them have it.
Alright. Love you.
Love you too, Anaran. Looking forward to seeing you again.
And he just clicks it and turns it off.
Just as that
Whispering.
happens, Belle is right there.
What? What do you want?
I just came to say hello. What's up with you?
A little grumpy.
Apparently, I missed a few things.
Sorry, I thought I heard the clank clank, and I thought it was fucking careless for a moment. But that sounds way over there, actually. Now that I'm focusing.
Yeah, we're gonna need to discuss your hearing at some point. I don't think that's usual for elves. I think there's a limit.
Oh, there is, but this shield is really helping. Anyway,
What?
it's a sentinel
Whatever.
shield.
Not
It
important.
enhances- Whatever. What? What are you? Yes, hello. Nice to see you, not cardboard. Sorry you missed the fight. What else do you want? You don't come to people just to have a nice chat.
Yes, I do, but
Squints his
Go.
eyes like, you have not repeated that very often.
I heard you were coping over
Actually, Belle, get over here.
what?
He starts putting a hand in one of his pouches. Takes out
Hand in one
100.
Huh?
Oh,
Okay.
and right there. Takes out 100 gold worth of diamond dust. You do know you're under the effects of a modified memory right now, right?
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Metric admitted to it.
Yeah, 15 insight.
He's telling the truth. All of Anaran's insight DCs are 10 or lower.
Yeah, no, I'm. Okay, that's cute that you believe that, but I didn't really come over here for that. I came over here over whatever that is. I came over here to ask, like, what did the fox actually
He threatened
do?
to kill Nihiri.
Okay, and he's threatened to kill Metric in the past too. My general reaction to that was anger at first, so I get where you're coming from. But when I really sat and thought about it, I realized actually that'd be really, really funny to see her just repeatedly bash his head into a wall. The fuck's he gonna do to Nihiri?
Quite a few things. Nihiri's strong, but I've seen what the fox can do.
Okay, let me rephrase that. How the fuck is he gonna catch her alone?
That is another thing. Now that I've especially set the alarm.
Like, I don't get me wrong. He's strong. He's I've seen him do things with that sword that he should probably see a therapist about if he wasn't constantly fighting you on it. But I don't think he could take on 2 of any of us at once. And we're hardly ever alone. So, whether he's being serious or not doesn't matter to me, because he can't back that up. He can't back that up unless he finds an opportunity to catch him out alone, and I don't see that happening.
Why is it that every here and there you are the most reasonable person out here, but every other day you are an absolute frustration?
You're gonna have to be more specific, because I think a lot of the time it's just we have very different outlooks on things. Sometimes that's helpful, like now. A lot of times, however, it would be frustrating.
What I'm saying is, why is it that sometimes you spout madness, and other times you are the most logical person here?
Because all of human history, all of human advancement, well, mortal advancement in general, is just one gigantic how not to do it guide, and somebody has to be the one to learn by doing it wrong enough times.
Fair enough. Belle,
What?
the other you, in your head.
In your head, but okay.
No, no.
Does he mean me?
Not you.
Oh yeah, are you
Philomena.
talking about her?
No,
Pops her
not
head out.
Philomena.
Hi, Ed. Bye.
Go the fuck away. Not Philomena. The other you. The you tried to borrow magic from back in Glimmerrock. The you...
That's just where I push everything I don't like about myself. That's not a literal thing.
No, Belle,
I
that
think.
is... I'm pretty sure that's a literal thing.
That's not a good thing if that's the case, but...
Belle, let me just run this completely hypothetical thing by you. Let's say you were trapped in your own body for, 10, 12, 20 years? How do you think you would
17, but at this
17.
point... Well, 16 at this point, but...
feel? Okay. So how do you think you
Why
would
is that
be?
number so strong in my head? Go on. Go on.
What do you think your main emotion would be? When you can see your body doing things without your input. Saying things, acting on things, while you're just someone watching it almost work on by itself. You'd feel trapped, right?
I am someone who values freedom to enough of a degree that, I wouldn't... That's actually a toughie, because on the one hand... Yeah, I'd certainly feel trapped, but that entire time I think I'd be... plotting revenge, for lack of a better term.
Now, what if you could get free? And you could get your revenge, but it doesn't have to be by killing someone. On this hypothetical question.
Well, for me, absolutely. If I could avoid it, I'm not sure where that bloodlust keeps coming from.
I know where the bloodlust keeps coming from, because I know it's probably directed towards Mietrich. I have a reason.
Why would I want to?
Chase told me because he talked with Mietrich about how Mietrich had a 9th level modify memory put on you.
She is not that strong.
No,
she's
she's
strong.
no, I highly doubt she's powerful enough. But I don't doubt that she knows someone that's powerful enough. Or at least knew someone that previously was alive that was strong enough.
No, actually, that's an excellent point. It would explain why she knows things about magic that your garden variety spellcaster does not.
Now, Belle,
At least in the arcane route.
what if you and that other you are the same person? Just a little bit different.
Then that person would be the amalgamation of everything I despise about myself.
Now,
I'm gonna give you guys a 1-minute warning because it has
warning?
gone on
Yep.
for a bit. Because
Okay.
this
That's fine.
can continue later, but I want to
Yep.
make sure others get a chance.
Okay.
Then I'll just do. I have the key to reuniting you and making you whole. Making you whole. All the good, all the bad. And unlike some people here, I respect you enough to at least ask and to help guide you while you try to figure all this shit out.
That is a not exactly a cheap elixir. He's gesturing to the bag of dust. That's not exactly a cheap elixir you're offering there for something that I don't even believe exists right now.
Have I ever lied to you before?
Yes, but everyone has. That's fine. It's whatever.
No, I haven't.
Give me a minute. I'm sure I'll find an example to cherry pick.
If you want to take the time to cherry pick
Yep,
one
this
for
would
next
be
time,
to,
so
yeah,
we can.
this would be
So
the
when
moving
it's
on
Bell's
point.
turn, he can.
Oh no!
throw it
Oh
at you.
no! Don't even bother. Huh. Then I just lower my hand, and that's where I can stop.
Okay, we're gonna move
This is where we're
on
done.
to Evelyn. We'll come back to you two lovebirds here in a moment. So Evelyn,
I am not Anaran's third wife.
yet, Evelyn, we come to you as you see everybody is going off in various different directions, talking in secret here and there, investigating. What are you going to do?
I don't really have to it, so I'm just gonna keep an eye on Jackson right now.
All right. I'll, for the sake of, so he doesn't look like he's in battle attire, I'll put him back in his standard outfit. You do notice that he's starting to stir awake. You find that perhaps he'll be waking up any second now.
All right.
So, basically, that is more my way of saying that after one more round, it's probably going to be him waking up. So, if there's nothing that you would like to do, then I will pass it over to Carolus, who is currently, let me click on
In
him.
the
There
bottom.
he is. Okay, he is down below. You have found the mess hall, kitchen, food, stove area.
Yeah, he's just looking around on the table, making sure there's not any other important documents that they might be missing. So
No.
You never know, they could take work wherever he goes.
Yeah, you find that a table that is well used. It is cleaned off, but it does have cuts and scars in it in the wood. And there's a pot that's basically being right there on not so much of a fireplace. Well, it is technically a fireplace. It's a kitchen. You don't find anything of real use unless you want to snag those bags of grain up there for whatever reason.
We already have enough food thanks to Anorak's bag of colding anyway. We don't really need grain, but he'll take his sending stone, contact Lazuli real fast, Good news. We just stopped a giant human trafficking moment under here. Took care of, maybe possibly for good, Evelyn's enemy. Found out some more information about Orion. Not much else going on here.
Oh, that's great news! All right. Well, if I remember correctly, I have heard a little bit about this human trafficking organization, so it's great that you were able to take them down.
Yeah, there was some other stuff I learned too. Lazuli, he was sent here before going to Dahlem, fighting the arena.
You're saying that Orion was once a slave himself?
That's the looks of it. I have the documents, and honestly, now that I know that about him, I can't help but pity him. And I've been thinking a lot lately, and I would like your opinion. Is it wrong to not want to kill him anymore? I mean, he has to be stopped, don't get me wrong, but now I don't know if that's even fair to just kill him completely out of just what he went through.
Careless, if you want to know my opinion.
Always do, because I love you.
The point is that you are a member of Saren Ray's court, are you not?
That's what I've been thinking about.
Forgiveness is the first thing you should be looking for. So
That's a good point.
It's not anything out of the ordinary for you to be willing to find forgiveness first. That's what you should be doing. But do not forget also what he has done and what he's capable of doing. So don't take him lightly, take him seriously. But when the cards are down, there's going to be a moment where you're going to be able to offer forgiveness or offer a quick death. And I know what Saren Ray is going to want you to try first. So
trust me, I've been thinking about it all night, actually. Just this information that I got, what I learned from the new paladin that we acquired here, just I've been thinking hard about if when that moment comes, I would just like to give him a chance, I guess. Maybe take away his ability to use weapons for good and make him seek a path of redemption. I don't know. It's confusing, but I'll figure it all out. More important matter so, did you tell the old man about what happened in the other branch on the other island?
yes, I let him know.
Good. What's his opinion on that?
Well, he doesn't really have one. He just rolled his eyes and basically grumbled a little bit. He didn't really say much to me, but he didn't seem all that happy.
I wish I could talk to him right now and get his opinion on stuff, but let me know when he decides to tell you anything else, alright?
Well, I think he's trying to get in contact with them himself.
Him? Oh, the leader of the other branch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, considering, well, from what I understand, that they're not exactly on good terms. I don't think that's why he's all that excited. But he hasn't said much, so it was just the vibes I'm getting off of him. We'll just say that the wind coming from him is not very pleasant. And no, I'm not talking about farting either.
Oh, honey. Well, I'm down here doing all this, and before we head to Dahlem, keep an eye on him. If he says anything, or if he wants to talk to me about who's in charge of that branch, let me know. Because I'm pretty sure it's not my old master that's in charge there. He just wanders about looking for people to fight. But thank you for the information. I'll see you in a couple of days, though, okay?
All right, sure thing. Love you.
Love you too, honey. I'll hang up. Okay, better get back to the others. Do-do. Just teleport over. He comes up.
Yeah, that's for the best.
Yeah, he's coming up.
You come up, and this is where you find that Jack is starting to stir awake. He's
finally waking up now, is he?
Not fully awake, but he's getting there. It looks like he's kind of rolling around.
Gotcha. Look at Chase, finally waking up a little bit, is he? Charlotte?
sorry. It's muted. It's like, yeah, well, we beat him up pretty good. Combine that with just leaving him here to sleep. It's probably gonna take him. It probably took him a little bit longer to recover. That being said,
Well, we did lay the pressure on him really hard in the fight. It wouldn't surprise me if it took him another day to fully recover.
oh yeah, right now he's gonna be at the case that if we wanted to kill him, you could just poke him with a dagger and he'd die.
Yeah. Look, I don't know what you guys did to the other one that you interrogated, but I would like to avoid unnecessary bloodshed here. Find out what we know, let Evelyn decide if he lives or dies. Do it fairly.
Oh, relax. Number one, this is Evelyn's show for the most part. Two, as much as this guy has done bad things, he's not on the level of Grayson.
True, I know. I worry, Chase. I worry about us turning into our enemies, you know?
That's why there are people like you, Careless, okay? You let me, Anna and Akira, slink around in the dark, alright? You keep looking towards the light.
Speaking of the dark, he'll hand the ledger over Orion to him. Get a load of this.
Oh, well, that don't surprise me much. Makes a lot more sense, but okay.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it. What can I say? When I found this information out, I just kind of sympathized for him. But I'm not gonna just let him walk off scot-free.
Oh, I don't. If he really had it this bad, once he got all that power, why'd he come for your place when he didn't instead of coming here and wrecking Jackson's shit?
Honestly, that's what I want to know. Maybe he saw the guild as a legitimate threat. Remember, he did defeat my father. Was practically undefeated at that point.
I get it. But I'm just saying, yes, if he's getting revenge on people that wronged him, points down at Jackson, that man wronged him much more than your home ever did.
Yeah, it's wondering why he decided to come after us. Maybe Bicus saw a threat, who knows. But at least I know a little bit more about him.
Alright, well, let's wait for the others, because I want to make sure everybody gets to ask their questions, because different perspectives, different questions.
Of course. And Chase?
Mm-hmm.
About the argument that we kinda almost had at top before the fight. I'm sorry about that.
Look, don't worry about it, alright? Look.
I just want you to know, I'm working on myself. Always. And wherever you go, we'll follow you. Hell or high water.
Alright, let's wait for the others to get... Let's wait for... I don't know where Akira ran off to, but I'm sure he'll be back soon.
Yeah, are you worried about what's gonna happen with that? Because we did all see it.
Things are in motion to start fixing things, alright? Careless, just...
I'll trust you on that. I'm not gonna say that you're wrong.
One question, though. Why did you ask if I was hiding something?
I don't know. It's just... Things have been so high-stressed and so tense lately that it feels like we have daggers at our throats. That we're doing something to hide information, protect the others from any other kind of secrets. I don't know. I'm just worried about the group falling apart.
Look, if any information I do have, I will share it when things are right, when certain things... But you gotta do things by the book in certain cases, okay?
No. I understand by the book. I don't want anybody trying to kill each other anymore. Kind of getting sick and tired of the murderous, bloodless lust and intent all the time.
That's why we need to take, as much as we gotta deal with bikers, why we gotta take a little time to ourselves. We are too high strung. We've been going, trying to kill all these people that have wronged us. You're right. And that means we need to take a small break. So as we're
I
done
don't
with
know.
violent-
You seem to took a small break when you wrote all over my face.
Wrote on your
Please rephrase that.
Wrote on your face, huh?
When I woke up, do you not remember all that? I'm not mentioning the other bit here in public.
Oh.
Actually,
What the fuck are you talking about?
actually,
Careless?
Careless, you actually wouldn't know who did that at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're
All he knows
wrong.
is that somebody
Stop
said-
metagaming.
So technically, you just know that somebody in your party might have done that. So right now, it just sounds like
Not-
you're.
Not just somebody in the party. It happened at the consortium base. It
Yeah.
could have been anybody there.
Yep, true.
Yeah, that's what that. Okay, let me rephrase what I was saying.
Basically,
He
it
was-
sounds
he
like
was
you're just being
alluding to whoever
accusatory.
did it.
Mhm.
No, he was alluding to whoever was doing it. That's all. He's not accusing.
No,
anyone.
you weren't. You specifically said, "Why did you write on my face?"
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Okay,
Colin.
I will
You
retract
weren't
that.
alluding to anybody
Fun,
else.
fun. We'll bring the energy down. He can reword his question.
All right, let me just do that bet in a different way. I don't know. It seems like we find ways to calm down and relieve stress somehow. Not sure who did it, but I do remember waking up and finding my face written all over.
That's what you get for being such a heavy sleeper, I guess.
Look, I was very tired, okay?
Chase is gonna look Careless over. Look a little lighter. Something wrong? Missing something?
What?
Check your inventory.
All right.
Character.
Right.
Okay. Looks into his inventory.
Careless, you're examining your body. You're taking looks, like, okay, yep, armor's there. You got my greaves on. Yep, there's the hammer. There's little Careless, all intact. Wait a minute. I'm missing something big, long, and flaming.
Where the hell is Ashbringer?
That's why I was wondering. You looked something looked off. I don't know.
I probably left it with Thornick. I was so much in a rush to get out there and try out the new sword. Maybe I just left it behind.
Well, I'm sure it'll turn up.
Yeah, better to learn on my own strength than constantly relying on the same trick, right?
Yeah, well, just don't keep don't get in the habit of, oh, look, new shiny, and forget about the rest of your stuff.
Of course. I already talked with Thornick about it. I'm planning on getting an armory on the new ship.
I ain't just talking about that. When was the last time you tried to trip somebody in combat?
A while ago, if I think about it.
Use every resource available in combat. Okay? Don't forget about what you already learned just because you got something new to play with.
Yeah, no, I'm aware. Though to be fair, I can really trip a giant worm with a lightning bolt, but your point's made. I'll keep in mind, don't worry.
Wait, you know battle maneuvers?
I do. Before I became a paladin, I was actually just a pure fighter.
Interesting. I know a few myself. I'll have to take a look and see what you know.
Not that much. Once I became a paladin, I pretty much started focusing on that.
Just because you're a paladin doesn't mean that you need to forget your battle maneuvers. Those are important, you know?
No,
get the edge
trust
in
me.
combat.
Oh, trust me, I know. When I was tripping stuff up, it actually helped out quite a lot. Though, we shouldn't waste more time talking. Once we get a chance, Ren, I'd like to ask you about your oath. But for now, we got more important things to do. That's where we'll end it.
Right. Looks like his eyes are fluttering open. Okay. Chase, is there anything more that you would like to do?
No, he got a slight look over what Akira showed him, so Chase has that information. So, no, I don't think there's any place else in here to investigate. So no, I'm good.
All right. Then, Belle, what example did you want to throw at Anaran?
I can't argue with that right now, but that proves nothing.
Really? Proves nothing.
I mean, okay, it gives a little bit more credence to what you're saying, but
Well, when did you start having all these mental problems? After you gave away your watch, right?
how do you know about that? I never told anybody about that outside of,
You told me that's how we tracked down Kaylee the first
Well,
time
yes.
James took her.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, but that's just a watch.
Really? Because you
I haven't
know
even
that
thought
watch
about that
also-
thing since I gave it back to Kaylee.
That watch has a replicant of the spell used on you. Beatrix said so herself. That's why you're having all these issues mentally, is because it's no longer there to reinforce the dying magic.
She wouldn't. She would
She doesn't-
not do that to me.
Doesn't care about you. She cares about the you that she turned you into. You said Akira threatened her life in front of you. What was your first reaction? What was your first instinct?
I was being dangled over the side of over a rooftop by Sue, but even with that circumstance, we make an intelligence check here to see if Belle can, well, saved or recall, which, yeah, that's enough. Eidetic memory's fun. But my gut instinct was to remove his head.
Does that sound like what you would normally do?
No, that's why I refrained, but a lot of stuff I've done since Wintervale has not sounded like stuff I would normally do.
And that's around the time, a couple weeks after you gave away the watch?
True, but the thing is broken. It doesn't even...
The item is broken. Not the spell.
I'm not the only one who's done things that they never thought they'd do since then.
Yes, but you have done things dramatically different than what you normally would do. I have not seen you try to life transfer on someone. I have not seen you try to do your usual tricks.
Everybody yelled at me about my usual tricks because they
I
involved me
know.
getting hurt.
Yeah, well, yes, but that's unavoidable. The point here is, you are a lot more dangerous than you've usually been. That last fight with the pirate ship, you nuked a bunch of people and were perfectly willing to do that even again, when you normally would spare them or try to convince them. You've done it before, yet you didn't do it then. What I am saying is, right now, I'm of the belief that the modify memory used on you made you think that you worship Ilmater.
I mean, I do, though. It's the only thing that... if there is any god that's going to take what I've done in my life and accept it without being a tyrannical piece of shit about it, it's that one. As far as I'm aware.
As far as you're aware.
Well, who the fuck else would accept my bullshit? The Raven Queen?
What gods does the Yuan-Ti worship? I know it's not one.
It's 5, and they're all monsters.
Yes, they are all assholes.
Set, Zahir. The other 3 names are actually really fucking hard to pronounce. Like, give me a second. Give me.
Okay, no, that's fair.
I came here to talk about your problems. What are we doing? Well, why am I the one interrogated now? This is...
Because the idea here is, I feel better when I help others through their problems.
So do I, so we're at an impasse.
Or you could just... If it fails and nothing changes, then you can laugh at me for wasting 100 gold worth of diamond dust. But if I'm right, what do there to lose, Belle?
Or persuasion.
Fuck.
Not a strong suit.
Not my strong suit, but I will guidance myself. Because this is either going to roll really good or really shit.
I like it that he's trying to roll persuasion and Bell is here. Guidance roll.
10?
The counter to persuasion is insight, or what am I, like...
If you're trying... What is it specifically you're attempting to do?
Well, you made a decent argument there. So the persuasion was clearly to convince me to go along with it. I'm not positive what I should be counter rolling
It's
to
more
set
how
your
it's-
DC.
Yeah, go ahead.
How would Belle react? Literally, Anaran has said, if I'm wrong, you can laugh at me for this.
Well,
Never
that's
specified
why
how
I'm that's why I'm asking for a count, because I could go. I'm kind of in a situation of I'm gonna let the dice figure this one out, because I could go either way on it.
An easy, something that's usually easy is a DC 10. Something that's a bit harder is usually about a DC 15. Something really difficult is 20. If you're going on a standard DC.
5 is easy, 10 is average, 15 is hard, 20 is typically seen
Well,
as
you got a
impossible.
9, so
I got a 10 in total.
A 10 in total.
Yeah. So.
Can Belle
I
easily be
will-
persuaded, is what they're asking.
Not that easily.
Not that
Well,
easily.
Then it would probably be a 15.
Yeah. If you don't believe me,
it could be, but like you could, but you're throwing a lot at me right now.
if you want time to think about it, I am more than willing to give you time to think about it. I'm also
I
more
would
than...
need to.
If you also want to converse with it about it with Metric, that was my initial idea, but
Metric, Chase, Kaylee, there's several people this would need to be discussed with, but after that's been done, I might be willing to let
I am
you
not saying
try.
you have to do it right now. I'm putting the idea in your head so that you can think it over.
Logically, that makes some. Philomena, is there an angle I'm not seeing here? I know you're listening to all of this. What?
Yes, I'm listening to every single word. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. This thing that you have in here, there's a lot of primal energy in this one. I think what he's saying might actually be true, that this is your real essence right here. But I guess that really comes down to the question, are you willing to become whole again with this thing, so you are your true self? Or are you absolutely perfectly happy with who you are right now? And if so, would you be willing to continue to ignore the side of yourself that's locked up in here with me? I'm gonna give you my personal opinion. I really think that Metric did this for a reason. So maybe you should talk to her and find out why.
Is that why you haven't been getting along with her all that well? Because you knew about this?
I know as much as you do, actually. Remember, I am been subjected to all of your memories.
Well, you're also not locked up, but,
No,
Right.
no, I'm not really locked up per se, but I can't exactly go very far from you. I'm
That's
still bound to
also-
you.
I'm assuming Belle is saying all of this out in the open.
oh, I'm letting her voice project.
Okay. Anarin will just speak up. If this is true and you will become whole, that means likely that other part of you has memories that she cannot see normally, that she will be able to see as soon as you're whole. But I am not
But-
trying to force you to do it right now.
But you said this was the result of a modified memory.
This is yes, and modified memory typically can only affect one thing and nothing super severely. Which is why I'm starting to think that whoever did this might be a sorcerer. As we've seen, Evelyn can break the rules of magic.
Yeah, sorcerer. I mean, I call spellcasters cheaters, but sorcerers are goddamn beaters.
So, what I'm just
I'm never
suggesting,
invoking that again.
Yeah, don't do that. This is what I'm suggesting. I have the ability to do this whenever. If you want time to think about it, and to discuss with Metric about it, feel free. I'm not one to
Well-
force people into things that they don't want to do.
Well, I mean, you keep saying you both keep saying I'd be whole, but the thing is, if this is if I'm the product of fake memories, wouldn't that make me fake?
In essence, yes and no.
So
Yes,
you're
as
trying to
in-
kill me.
It's tricky. I don't think kill is the right word. For instance, yes, you as you yourself may be fake, but the memories you have made are real. Which means they will meld, become one, and then whoever you were before will also be like you. Just a little different.
Finally, somebody gets how that works. Belle's just gonna blink a few times. But that would mean
It means that you as you are right now would be meld with that one, and you would be a harmony between the two. You wouldn't be
Almost-
dead, you would just be slightly different.
that goes against everything I've. That would be some powerfully deep magic because that doesn't make any sense within the ways that spell works.
It has to be somebody who I would imagine your Mitrik is a wizard. I don't know what her connections are, but if somebody was, for instance, a champion of the goddess or gods of magic itself, they might be able to pull that off. I don't know anybody capable of doing that.
I admit my memories of that time are fuzzy. It was some old man that she. I remember briefly staying with some old man,
Probably a wizard who is long near his twilight years. Typically a wizard in the height of their power. It could have literally been modify memory, just reworded. I mean, you wizards have shown that you can make spells. What stops a wizard from making a duplicate of modify magic, but changing how it works a little bit? All I am saying right now is to think on it. If you want this and to become whole again, I will guide you through the process of accepting not only yourself, but and he kind of looks towards the rest of the group. I'm not too sure how the other one may think about the group, but it's your choice. I won't force you.
Make an insight.
Wait, do I get advantage because I know you're a fucking liar half the damn time?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Go for it.
Dice don't fuck me now. 25.
25. I mean, Bell's eyes are confused and a little fearful, but his mouth curls into a bit of a smile and a little chuckle. Just oh dear, he is clever. As if there's a conflict between who's speaking right now.
I'm assuming the other one is right now using this opportunity to talk.
Yes, that's exactly what's going on. He's using the confusion.
How may I prefer to you, Bell or Bellathama?
I have no great attachment to either name.
Fine by me.
But I suppose Bellathama would be less confusing for the boy.
You don't have to do it right now. I have it prepared, but you don't have to do it right now.
Right now, and he can't hear anything that he can't even perceive my words right now. That is how fearful of me he is. Right now, he and I would need to actually be able to talk. He has deafened himself to me for a very long time now.
That can be arranged.
Which is confusing, because he shouldn't be able to do that.
He's you.
Yes, and there are many things I shouldn't be able to do. Right now is a good example.
The only thing I will say to you is I will not let you kill Mitrik. But
Oh, I could kiss that idiot.
But I will help you get a little recompense for all the years owed.
To be perfectly honest, she has more justification she's not telling anyone about, but honestly, if you're wondering if I'm going to immediately attempt to murder the first person I see, that's Bell operating off of faulty memory,
You would
as you
become
have divined by now.
would become a harmony between the two. So his ideals and your ideals wouldn't mesh. You would not
That's
be
probably the worst thing that could happen, but that's
Yes.
for reasons I dare not explain right now.
That's fine.
I would like to say that this
Minute-
can continue on Anaran's turn, but we
Go
really
ahead.
should allow a few others.
Yes, continue.
So
Go on.
we'll
Sorry.
let this conversation. No. I mean, it's good. It really is. I just also need to make sure the others get some chances. So we will continue this on Anaran's turn. So Akira, right now we are going to come to you. Right now you are by yourself. Well, no, never mind. You are not back up the tower. You are now in the middle tower. It seems like you are on your way back.
Kara is just basically leaning against the middle tower door, but his left eye starts to burn a bit. And as he reached in his disguise kit to pull up a mirror, he knows that his left eye is turning yellow. And then some of his hair starts to see a bit of black in it. But as of right now, he has nothing left to do. So he's just basically just waiting for the party to do what they need to do.
Okay. Basically, you're off within eyesight, but still on your own, but going through a bit of physical change based off of your current feelings, if I'm understanding right.
Yes.
All right. So, for those of you that are around Jackson, he's close enough by to where you can see him. So, that being said, Kaylee, we are going to come to you then.
Does a 26 hear this entire conversation?
Oh, from that distance,
I'm gonna
They
say
weren't
we're
exact-
inside.
I'm sorry?
Say sounds probably reverberating around here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you
At
two
the
didn't
very
say you were
least, it would've
whispering.
We weren't whispering, and if nothing else, since I'm projecting Philomena's voice, hers, at the very least, her part of the conversation would have been a hell of a lot louder.
Mm-hmm. Kaylee, with the 26, considering the fact they're not whispering, there's not a whole lot of other noise happening. Most people are just kind of calmly waiting. Yeah, I'm going to say that you're able to hear this.
Alright. Oh, fucking damn it. Anaran, what the fuck are you thinking? Okay. Priorities first. She's going to take her ring and press on it.
All right. You press on the ring, and you see an image of Ryudo, who is looking like he's taking a walk. And he looks a little perturbed, but not anything out of the ordinary. You've seen him this way before, about a lot of things. He's actually deep in thought, mumbling to himself about things.
You don't look like your normal self.
What? Oh! He holds up his hand and then sees you on the other line. Oh, hi, Kaylee, hi! Sorry, I was deep in thought.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Which,
look, I know me saying that is a red flag, but sometimes I do think there is a brain up there that I get to use every now and then.
I'm not saying that that's not something that'll that something that happens. I'm saying that you normally aren't looking deep in thought or mumbling to yourself or taking a walk.
Well,
What happened?
well, I think maybe you could answer it for me, considering that you probably were there to see it, but I got a bit of a message from Anaran warning me about something that had been said in regards towards Nahiri from Akira. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't like it when somebody threatens a member of my crew. But at the same time, I can't help but wonder where the fuck that even came from. What did Nahiri ever do to him?
Did Anaran tell you why?
No, he didn't. I probably should have asked.
He would know. He did know.
Oh.
I used 23 words, so I could not have physically told him.
Yeah. Yeah, his sending ran out of words, so
Okay.
And
Well-
of course my first instinct was go tell Nahiri. So I did.
Well, Akira summoned a zombie. Created a zombie by using animate dead. And Anaran didn't like it. Anaran wanted to get rid of it, and Akira threatened Nahiri.
He threatened my Nahiri over a zombie.
I think he was trying to either push Anaran away or poke at Anaran's buttons. I don't know.
You know,
It seemed like he just lashed out.
All right. I'm gonna have to take a walk with him. I'm not going to hurt him. I'm not even going to threaten him. I just want to understand some things. Because you're right. That isn't something that I believe Akira would just do over a zombie. Perhaps it was just lashing out the fact that Anaran didn't like what he did, but at the same time, I'm also not that big of an idiot. I know that he's with the Raven Queen. The Raven Queen doesn't like that. I think it's cool, but still. It's
Akira's not with the
understandable.
Raven Queen.
Actually, kind of is. Romaya.
I don't understand it at all.
I don't really
Anaran
either.
said that he was going to ask, maybe be able to get to talk to Amaya.
That would
But-
definitely be for the best, because I have a feeling that this is a lot of anger spewing without a lot of brain matter being used. So everybody really just needs to calm down and think this through. That's really what I was doing.
Yeah.
That's also why I told Nahiri rather than keeping it from her, because she needed to know she was involved, and the first thing out of her mouth was a laugh.
Because I doubt that Akira would be able to do anything against her.
Well, Akira, don't let Nahiri say no. I said this, but I think that Akira is a little bit more of a powerful warlock than she is. But
No, I mean, if Akira did anything to Nahiri, we'd probably be around and we'd probably stop it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, if he actually did try to hurt Nahiri, I would make him wish that he was never born. But
That was the same thing with Anaran and you.
yeah. I just also don't want to blindly go into anything like this anymore, which is why I was angry at first, but then I had to really think about it. This doesn't sound like Akira just saying it out of like true malice. It sounded just like he was just barking back at Anaran, who was barking at him first.
Mm.
I mean, he is a fox.
Pretty much. I'm pretty sure each other thinks that they were being childish and not listening to each other.
Yeah. I will say that if this happened and he didn't give Anaran heads up, then... Because I've heard about Mr. Diddles, and that's all right, but Zombie... Yeah, if he didn't say anything to warn him ahead of time, then I can understand Anaran's anger, even if he did. But still, they both need to calm down. And I think the best thing to do is once you're done there, go on ahead and get back here. In fact, no. After this, you're heading to Zidoria's cabaret, right?
Well, we're heading to Dahlem first, so...
Oh. I'll wait here then. I was going to meet you at the cabaret so I can kind of help as best as I can. But if you're heading to Dahlem, then I'll wait here for you.
Don't worry, we'll definitely talk about it soon. Don't worry about it.
Are you okay?
Does Ryudo want to roll insight on Kaylee?
Sure. Ryudo's insight.
I would say that he gets advantage.
Oh, okay.
Good, because he's gonna need it.
And I would say that he can get proficiency on it. He knows Kaylee that much.
I'm gonna definitely need my good die for this one. Well, he critted, so I don't think there's gonna be a problem on that one. His insight's not amazing. It's good, but it's not amazing. So
I would say he notices that Kaylee isn't really looking at him. She's looking in his direction, but her eyes are kind of like towards the right.
Yeah, I can see that there's something still bothering you. So, you already got me if you want to talk. Back. You just see the motion of his image just kind of sit down. Found a nice little stump here. Good sitting and talking position.
I'm worried that Anaran is doing something stupid.
What else is new? Although I think in the case of this situation, that's more than just a little stupid. This is a big stupid.
I don't know if you've heard, but apparently Belle isn't really Belle.
Then what is he? Ring? Gong? Bing bong?
He's sort of... No. You remember his story about how he was spared by Mitrik?
Yeah.
And she basically raised him?
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that.
Apparently, she modified his memories.
Alright, go on.
Well, Anaran, thinking that it's going to fix him, is trying to meld the two together. Because now Belle is two separate beings. His past self and the modified memories that Mitrik made him.
See,
I don't.
I take a problem with that because that's looking at him as if he's like two pieces of a puzzle rather than two people. Because
This is why I'm not super happy that Anaran is trying to do this.
But at the same time,
And
it's not up to us.
And it's working.
It's not up to us. It's truly up to Bell. It always has been. If he's being made aware of this, and if it's something that he wants to go through with, then he'll do it. And we just have to accept that. We cannot
but
force him.
what if it turns out bad?
If it turns out bad, then we'll do the best we can to deal with it, and we will absolutely reprimand Anaran for sticking his nose in yet more business that he probably shouldn't have. But for right now, all it is an assumption. But if you really want my opinion, I think that Bell shouldn't go into anything right away, and I think that he needs to talk to Mietrek. Or at the very least, get Mietrek to talk to all of us.
Well, Anaran has different ideas. He wants to do it now.
Well, maybe he really shouldn't do it now.
No, hold up. If she's been hearing the conversation, then she could hear that Anaran says you don't have to do it right now. Don't go putting words in Anaran's mouth.
I was saying that what she heard was the fact that Anaran was giving him the choice to do it now or later.
Then we'll go with that then. And what Ryudo will say in response to that is, then let's try and convince Bell to not do it now and to do it later when all of the interested and involved parties are together. Otherwise, all information is fragmented. We need the whole story, and with the whole story, then a decision can be made.
All right. Give me a second.
I'll personally oversee everything if need be.
And she presses the ring. Okay. Stay calm. Stay calm. All right.
So, what we're going to do is this will bleed into Anaran's turn. So, Anaran, we come to you as you now see Kaylee is approaching.
Like I said, Belle, you can make the choice now, or you can make the choice later on, after talking with Mietrek and getting shit figured out. It's your choice.
I'm still not even convinced that this is a thing.
You can talk with Mietrek to figure it out. I'm using the information that I have.
Where did you even... I mean, I know you said...
Chase figured it out, talked with Mietrek, she told him what he... Honestly, I don't think she's telling him the full truth, but that's just me. So, do with it as you
Then
will.
why don't we rely on Mietrek?
Kaylee, why are you always interfering in everything when I can hear your conversation with Ryudo?
Yeah,
Huh?
I could hear your
going on?
conversation with Belle. And I don't very much like the fact that you're doing this without the whole group's consent.
Because it has nothing to do with the whole group.
It does! It does if it has to do with that version of Belle. Yes, it does!
Do you understand? That's his life, his choice.
Yeah, and you're forcing him to accept a part of himself that could potentially attack the group.
You are foolish.
Okay. Why are you... He's talking out of his ass about a fucking... about whether or not my split persona is real or not. Like, why are you reacting like that?
He's not lying.
What?
He's not lying, Belle. But at the same time, I can't trust the other side of you. Not
You're
yet.
the same person left here.
I'm saying that we should
I'm done
talk.
with your shit.
We should talk to Metric.
Okay. What? Why is this the first I'm hearing of all of this?
Because Anaran is a dumb fuck! I decided to do it without the group's consent and decided to stick his nose into everything!
You just hear the elevator go up.
Elevator? What?
Yeah, there's an
Yep.
elevator.
There's a fucking elevator down here.
There's
That's
Yeah, it's a
That's how we
lift.
got into it.
Oh.
I'm dealing with this bullshit no longer.
So was everyone gonna keep this from me, or?
No, we were just trying to figure out how we were going to deal with it. We weren't exactly sure.
Who all knows? Because I'm only getting you, Anaran, and Chase.
Only-
I guess I figured this out
Only
initially.
me, Anaran, and Chase know. And Ryudo now. Because I had to tell Ryudo.
Well, at least I'm not the last to know, but... this... I don't fully understand why
Being honest-
everyone with a head on their shoulders is saying that I'm not real, but even
I
if
think
they're
you're
not using
real.
those words,
I never, with a shred of doubt, ever thought that you weren't real. And I don't think that's what Metric did. I don't think she blocked out the real you and made a fake you. I think she just brought out the better parts of you. That she just helped you realize that there's better parts of you.
that's not what my memories say, but everyone's telling me I can't trust them all of a sudden, so...
Then we need to talk to Metric.
Okay.
I'm sorry about yelling.
Everybody else.
I'm just not super happy with the fact that Anaran decided to jump on this.
I mean, I approached him to talk about his issues
was
with
still
Akira.
his
It
choice.
somehow turned into that, but
It was
I don't.
it was still his choice to reveal everything.
Well, that's if he's not spouting a bunch of crap, and everyone else at least seems to think he's not. I don't know if I would have ever found out about this before it just got dropped on me if he didn't say anything. So I'm kind of glad he did, to be honest.
I don't care that he told you. I just care the fact that he was trying to solve the problem now.
Oh, for
I
fuck.
would have tried to solve the problem now in a reverse situation. I mean, like, it's not like what is the answer? Because it's not like he has multiple voices in his head, except for Soraya.
All right.
Yeah.
I think we need to take a 5-minute break.
We need to take.
He doesn't have multiple voices in his head, does he?
We need to take a big break right now.
Yeah. Everybody's getting a little bit heated.
Yeah,
Let's
this
all
is
take it.
this is role play that's starting to bleed into out of role
Is
play.
it?
Mhm.
I'm enjoying it.
I think we need to go to. We'll be right back.
Yeah,
Congo.
that is exactly what I'm going to do. Be right back, folks. All right. All right, we are back. And for those of you watching, thank you very much for giving us the time, because we needed that time. We are not going to go into details because that is private matters for us, but just know that we have all talked and we are ready to continue. So, that being said, I am going to ask Anaran, who has gone up on the elevator. Are you wanting to continue that path? In other words,
Oh, he'll go up the elevator.
Okay. So you are going to continue to go up the elevator. So by doing so, just know that there's not
Oh,
a
I'm
whole
aware.
lot happening upstairs. Just you will essentially, you'll be told everything secondhand, character-wise, but you won't have many opportunities to ask questions during the interrogation.
That's fine. Anaran was going up there because he feels his head gets a little noisier.
Okay. So if that's the case, I will let you do that. It's no problem. I just want to let you know what that
I
was
know.
leading to.
I know.
As far as Kaylee and Bell and their discussion, I think we are going to. I think it's best that we just move on from that, and it would then turn into Evelyn and Careless's turn. From there, we could get into the Jack situation. So, I don't want to force anything, though. So, I'm going to ask Kaylee and Bell if they would like to continue their conversation, or if they want to save it for later and we'll say that they're being called over because Jackson's waking up.
Well, wasn't it still Anaran's turn?
That's the thing. Since he
Anaran's turn ended because he went up the elevator.
Oh, okay.
yeah, he removed
Then it
himself
would
from the scene.
Then it would probably be the next person's turn.
All right.
And that will move over once Jackson wakes up.
All right. So, that being said, I'm going to pick a new song to play here. I can find it. Someone's finding kind of gives. Well, I think actually, considering what we're about to go into, I think the music that I was using before is still fine. So, all right. So, resetting the scene. We are now back in it. So, for everyone else, you see, because it's, unless he did so stealthily. Oh, actually, you know what? I should probably ask. Anaran, did you make it apparent, or did you try at all to stealthily leave the area?
I highly doubt the elevator's quiet.
That is true. So, at the very least, everybody who's currently gathered around the unconscious Jackson hears that the elevator has gone up. Those of you that have a decently high passive perception would see that Anaran is no longer anywhere to be seen, at least from your perspective. Kaylee and Belle are still talking amongst themselves up at the top. So, Charles, Evelyn, with everything that has happened, is there anything that you would like to do or say? Because right now is your last opportunity before Jackson fully wakes up.
No.
All right, then. Carolus, what about you?
Honestly, no, he's just gonna get Jackson up against the wall and wake him up.
Well, he was already waking up, so that's a very, very easy thing to do, considering the fact that he probably didn't need your assistance to wake up. But assistance getting him against the wall, that's a different story. So, press him against the wall. He's slumped over. He's got his little leg nubs sticking out, mostly mechanical. But this will be the model that we will be going with, just to make things easier. Just imagine seeing how he was when you fought him like this. Just no longer any pants, except maybe a loincloth's worth, and mostly broken bits and pieces.
Gotcha.
So,
No. Just gonna look at him.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
No, you were talking. Go ahead, I'll wait.
Actually, I was about to say something, then I realized that it's actually your turn. So, yeah, I shouldn't be saying anything. It is your turn. Continue.
He's gonna look at him. All right. As you can see, Evelyn spared you. Now we're gonna ask you a bunch of questions. You can answer them if you want, maybe, but I can tell you this. Try to lie and we'll know. Because I'm gonna cast Zone of Truth just so that he's aware of it, and he cannot lie.
That depends. Kagano, roll a wisdom save 14 for him.
All right. So, first of all, let me pull him up, and, well, I'll just
Actually,
roll
correct.
his wisdom is actually really high, but let me...
It's actually charisma.
Oh,
It's not wisdom, it's charisma.
Oh,
Yeah.
charisma.
Yeah.
That changes things. All right. Well, then, let us see what happens. All right. I will not tell you the result.
You have to.
I have to tell you the result?
Zone of Truth tells
The
the caster.
spellcaster knows.
Oh, lets the
Yeah,
caster
spellca-
know.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, it lets the caster know if they save or fail.
Oh. Okay. Well, that makes things a little bit more interesting. Okay. Well, then, yes. As you cast it, you feel that he had been completely knocked around so hard, he doesn't seem to fight very hard against it. Your spell sticks.
He's gonna nod his head. Good. I'm glad we come to an understanding.
He just groans a little bit as he just leans his head back, bashing it against the wall behind him. Well, not hard, just a good knock. Letting out an exasperated sigh. Ugh. V, why didn't you finish me off when you had the chance? At least I could have
Simple.
died with dignity. Whatever dignity I had left.
Simple. We have questions and you have answers that we might want. That we want.
Well, I suppose. Alright, very well. The spell that you put on me doesn't exactly allow me much room to lie to you anyway, so might as well not even bother trying.
Good. Well, look at Chase. Do you want to start things off?
This is, let me take a look here. Actually, yes, it would be Chase, because if you're relinquishing the rest of your turn to begin the interrogation, then that is exactly what is going to happen. And I would say, however, I would like this to be given everybody a chance. So we're going to do this in the initiative order. And much like the last interrogation, everybody gets a question on their turn. So that way everybody has a chance to ask something.
That's perfectly fine. I was going to relinquish anyway because I want to hear what everybody else says first and process all of it first.
All right. So, with that said then, Chase, you have the floor.
Alright. He'll first call over to Kaylee and Bell. He's up! Come on! I need your help on this.
Who's up? What? Up? Oh, right.
Oh, Jackson.
Right.
While they're moving back, Chase will then cast Enhance Ability on himself to give him advantage on Wisdom checks. Because Anaran is gone, so our normal Insight God is not with us currently. Alright. So, you said you ran with Raven. Vicus was looking for somebody with Raven's blood. You wouldn't happen to know why, would you?
Vicus. I don't even know who that is.
Okay. Alright, well. Besides what I'll follow up. Besides what we've already heard about Raven, what was so fucking goddamn special about him?
Alright, well then. I had a feeling that this was going to be Felix's first real question line, so I might as well change this music. So, when you ask about that, he turns to you and asks you, how much do you already know about the captain, if I might ask?
Well, he'll rattle off the stuff he heard from the King of Croy. Somehow a captain we know is somehow related to him.
all these years, looking and looking and looking, and he was still here, and you know him personally. Oh, that is comedy. All of this was for naught after all. Still, you don't know much about Raven himself, huh? Very well. I'll tell you what I know. As well as my personal experiences and observations. My knowledge goes back before my eventual joining of the crew. I'm told he was a young man with aspirations of adventure, not wanting to be bound down to a single place, be forced to follow its rules. Wished to see the world and experience its splendors. Sounded so naive. But the man that I met was hardly that. Heartless, hollow. When I looked into his eyes, I sought naught but death. He never once talked about himself, and very little of what his goals were, but he promised us glory, gold, and the power to rise beyond ourselves. All you had to do was swear loyalty to him. Cross him, however, and you were dealt with in ways where death was practically a mercy. Crew operated on a few simple rules, but the foundation was simply respect. Respect for our captain and respect for each other. Yet despite that, let's just say I've seen my fair share of dangerous people in my time. I've seen murderers, psychopaths, demons, and devils, literal monsters in human flesh. Raven terrifies me. He was obsessed over the arcane, forbidden magics, ancient texts. Those were the treasures he sought after. He shared very little reason as to why with the rest of us for the longest time, until the day I saw him smile for the first time. True devil's smile that would make your blood run cold. "I finally found it," he said. The eerie silence after that exclamation finally was broken by one of us asking what he had found, only for his response to be a means to upend everything. I was never made privy to what he found or the details behind it, but it wasn't long after that where he caught the eyes of the world, becoming public enemy number 1. With every king and country bearing down on us, he made an escape to this very archipelago. In desperation, he hid away his most valuable possessions before eventually being attacked and captured by the armies of King Croy and Duke Zirian. Ship was overwhelmed by soldiers and these strange warforged like automatons unlike anything I've ever seen, capturing and slaughtering whoever defied them. I was gravely injured during that fight, found myself washed ashore along with a few of the destroyed automatons. Some local goblins patched me up, having to use mechanical parts just to keep me alive. That's beside the point. Sure, other members of the crew managed to escape, but the captain... he was eventually captured and executed. His final words were simply, as I'm told, everything is already in motion. Oh. Belle, you have a question, perhaps?
Already in motion. I take it you have no goddamned idea what that means.
I was purely just an engineer on a ship. I wasn't even really in his inner circle. No, I'm afraid I don't. But whatever it is, must be very, very interesting. It made someone like him smile. Oh, I wish I knew what it was. Oh, I wish. Akira, do you have a question?
His inner circle. Who are they?
That'd be his first mate, his boatswain, and his quartermaster. I do believe that they possibly survived the whole ordeal.
Name.
Well, I suppose I should give you that information. First is the boatswain. His name, well, I never knew his first name. All I knew was what he was called. He was called... Hold up here, I'm sorry. I knew I had it written down. There goes the vibe. Apparently, no, I didn't write it down. Alright, well, I'm gonna have to pull something out of my ass here. Damn. Okay. I got it. He was called the Scourge of the Abyss. He was very well known for essentially drowning his victims, as well as he was with making sure that, well, considering him being one of the sea, he was always on naval duty. Another one. Oh, that would be his. Did I mention Boatswain first, or did I mention
Boatswain.
Boatswain? Okay, that was Boatswain. Quartermaster. That's literally what we called him. That's all he wanted to be known as. So, Quartermaster, he kept to himself. He was only involved with the money. He was very good at it, too. He knew where all the good treasure was, and he knew exactly how to bury all of the captain's secrets. I wish I knew where he was, and then it'd be a lot easier for me to find these little trinkets of his, but no. He's gone off the grid. Finally, there was his first mate. Very odd, interesting fellow. A Kenku.
Dragon's Howl?
Hmm? No. No, that was not his name. Simply but by the name of Screech. That's all the sounds that he made. He wrote everything. But he was definitely a very violent individual. Very, very scary. I kept very far from him myself. So, if you're interested in them, that'd be a Kenku, a Triton, and a human.
Chase will quickly give a description of Dragon's Howl.
Well then. Guess he is going by something else these days. Yeah, that sounds just like him.
That was
Kaylee.
actually my question.
Oh, okay. No, it's okay. Kaylee, you have a question?
Did Raven have a horn?
No. Raven did not have a horn. But he did have something that set himself apart from many others. He was an SMR. He had wings.
So, of course.
Evelyn.
After you probably feel once Grayson died, you might have just cut your losses and just leave the islands. Why didn't you?
That's the thing. We knew that he had buried his trinkets here on this archipelago. These trinkets apparently were exactly what he needed to do this threat about upending everything. Well, when the whole crew fell apart, I couldn't help but want a piece of that. Can you blame me? I'm a pirate. Riches and power is very enticing. Unfortunately, there is a problem. Quartermaster made absolutely certain that it wouldn't be possible for anyone to open those chests unless it was somebody that shared his blood. Ravens. So, I set up a little operation
That's
here. Figured that perhaps if I set up this human trafficking ring, I would eventually find something. Lots of people to investigate, test. And if they turn out to be a dud, well, that's still money in my pocket. Able to expand, able to build my own crew. Whether I find the trinkets or not, still going to end up very, very rich and powerful. Until you came, that is. Garrulus, you have a question?
You said that the quartermaster, to open these trinkets, it requires Raven's blood. What kind of magic was that responsible for?
Blood magic,
Blood
in
magic.
fact. Yep, blood magic, in fact. He learned it from a couple of Fae. Chase, we come back to you.
Alright, well, since Kaylee kind of got towards an area I was going to, let's go into a different area. The girl you had, V, or as we call her, Evelyn, went after. What was so special about her?
That's the funny thing. Not much, actually. Means to an end, perhaps, but nothing special about her specifically. See, it was hard enough to start this whole scheme. Branching out required more resources than just gold. Contacts. Partners, that's the real treasure. Rosethorn and Grayson are powerful people in the trade business. I joined the Rosethorns to learn more of the business over the years, using their resources under their own noses to further the cause. I remember vividly about a girl we had abducted. Couldn't have been older than 11 or 12. Once Grayson learned of our operation, he picked her as an offering of future business dealings between us. It was shameful to learn what Grayson had in store for her, but she was a product, and he was a customer. Turned business partner over it, so I left it alone until I learned of her escape. That was when I hatched a new plan to weaken the Rosethorn family and strengthen my business relationship with Grayson, all in one fell swoop in the hopes of one day owning both. So I sent you, B, a way to look for her on the grounds of her being a missing relative. With you gone, it would have been an easy matter to have Lady Rosethorn removed from the picture, and with you gone, the business would be placed in my hands. Assuming the girl was found, you'd have been easy enough to dispatch with the girl safely in the hands of Grayson once more. So no, she herself wasn't special, but she was very useful indeed.
You're a terrible evaluator of product, then. Whatever, next.
That will be Belle.
So, all of this crazy bullshit that has happened since we got here, since before we even got here, you mean to tell us you were at best a tertiary element of it? That you are that unimportant in the grand scheme of things?
See to it however you like. I'm not exactly here to impress you. I'm just doing what I deem necessary.
Everyone's here to impress me. Fuck you.
I wanted Raven's treasure. Raven is dead. I needed his blood. This was the biggest witch hunt I could possibly have concocted.
That is such unimpressive. That is so goddamn unimpressive. You had this whole operation, and it was all to steal power. That's hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah, just as you said, yeah. Pirates.
I'm pissing this one off. Alright.
What's actually hilarious is that it was all for naught, considering you actually have met the one that I've been looking for. How is he or she?
None of your concern.
I expected.
And you're really not in a position to ask.
Oh, I figured that if at the very least I could be humored somewhat. Oh well. Akira.
So, who's that mystery benefactor of yours?
Hell if I know. All I know is that came out of nowhere, offered us plenty of money to go for as long as possible, because we were most certainly needing it. But the donations kept getting bigger every month, to the point that I was able to afford all that you see around you, at least a bare minimum. I was able to afford my own ship, gather up an increasing number of people for my crew, until one day a couple of months ago, we expected a delivery. Nothing. Following month, nothing. My guess is whoever it was just keeled over and passed away. All I know is that he signed it, well, signed it with just a letter. That's why we called him Benefactor, because it was with a B. Kaylee.
Did Raven have any romantic interests?
Ah, that's an odd question. As far as I know, he did at one point. It was before my time, though. Don't know who, don't know what or where. I just know that I had heard rumors among the among the crew on the ship, that he was involved with somebody. Don't know what happened, don't know who or where she went to. Afraid I can't help you with that any further, young lady. Only that it was through her that he changed. Evelyn.
So, do you have any idea how many jinkies there were?
I believe there were 3. I don't exactly know all of them. I do know that one was a horn. Don't know about the other 2, though. Careless.
Describe this horn that he had.
Well, hard to describe it if I've never seen it, now can I? I just
I've
know...
never heard it described before.
Well, I don't really go asking about the description of horns, but I imagine that it was probably something akin to some sort of, I don't know, some kind of a conch shell or a animal horn or something of that sort. Careless, I'm going to need you to roll history.
Okay. Come on, D&D Beyond. Thank you. Nope, that's a 7. That's not going to work there.
Nope. All right. Chase, we come to you.
Alright. This quartermaster was a Triton, you said. What more do you know about him?
Not in his inner circle, so I don't really know a terrible amount, but I do know that he was one of the few to escape, and that he went somewhere to the north.
Any distinguishing marks other than him being a Triton?
Ah, more of an actual description of him. I see. Well, he does have long hair. I always like to say that he enjoyed how it flows in the water. It is dark blue. Most of his skin is blue, of course. And I think he just enjoyed the pun because he likes to use a Triton that fights with a trident. I'm sure you've heard of King Triton of the Under the Sea. Fairy tales and all that. But he's very good at it. Can control the sea practically like Calypso herself. Can create almost little miniature storms. Very, very strong.
Alright. Well, as for your benefactor, I think I have a better theory. He found what he was looking for.
Oh, he
wanted the same
did.
thing- He wanted the same thing you did.
Oh, is that right? Here he was funding my operation just to steal what I was looking for under my nose. Oh, that's very annoying. His money was well spent. Bell.
So the lives you destroyed were a means to an end, or attempted to destroy at least, were a means to an end. That end being power, a specific power that was also sought by a man whose name you don't even recognize. So this is all. I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. Swing back around to me because I need a second to figure out how to phrase this. So
No problem. Akira.
I got nothing more, fortunately.
All right, no problem. Kaylee.
When you say that he said it's our emotion, do you have any theories about what he meant?
The captain was quite the anarchist when I knew him. I have no doubt that whatever he found, the fact that he said that it would upend everything, no doubt that it possibly meant completely uprooting everything that we... Possibly to shift it in his favor, possibly to take control of it, possibly to destroy it. Either way, it was going to be quite the grand scale. That's my theory, at least. And if that is the truth behind it, power like that's just sleeping around here in the archipelago. And boy, I wanted it for myself. Evelyn.
I don't have anything at the current moment.
Okay. Careless.
The other two. Describe their markings.
Well, one of them I already described to you just a few moments ago when your friend here described the Kenku to me.
Alright, then cover the last one. Talk about him.
Last one, just a mere human. Possibly passed away by now from old age. But there's a good chance he might still be around considering how much into the arcane he was. Very likely an ancient old man by now.
Any possible markings that we should be aware of? How to identify him?
Well, he went bald when I knew him. And a strange birthmark on the back of his head. Other than that, though, nothing special. He could blend into the crowd quite easily. But that was back then. Who knows?
You thinking when I'm thinking of who it is, then?
Oh, that motherfucker!
That's exactly what I was thinking. Alright. He'll look over to Chase. Go ahead.
Alright. Raven. You already talked about what he was, but what did he look like? What kind of Asimar was he?
Well, he was certainly fallen. His wings were midnight black if they weren't falling off all the time. Though, there's a stark contrast to the rest. Blonde hair, blue eyes, quite the looker.
Perchance for an eye patch?
No, he didn't wear an eye patch. He let his entire self be known. I know that ASMR sometimes wear masks or patches or something to cover up something about themselves, but he couldn't give a shit less.
Any other distinguishing marks?
No, not that I remember. He was actually quite the prim and proper sort. Made sure to keep himself looking as, well, authoritarian as possible.
Okay.
Though,
Alright,
he was always wearing his armor. Midnight black. That's why we called him Raven. Black armor, black wings.
weapons?
Let's see. He was quite proficient with a few. Though, I do believe that his favorite weapon was the sword.
What type?
Ah, great sword.
I see.
He did like hammers, he did like rapiers, he did like knives. But he
Pistols.
always used the great sword for when he was serious, because it dealt the most damage in the fewest amount of swings.
Firearms. Did he enjoy firearms?
Oh, absolutely. What pirate doesn't?
Okay.
He very much enjoyed the blunderbuss, though. Once again, something that causes a lot of damage, even if it is up close.
So you say he was very terrifying. There was nothing disarming, like being a bit klutzy at times. Nothing. He never showed weakness, ever.
Not any weakness that I've seen. And that's what scared me. There was no openings that he gave. There was no flaws that he showed. There wasn't a single shred of weakness that I could see in him. And that is why we both feared and respected him.
Okay. Well. Bill, anything?
So you have... Were you entirely isolated to the archipelago, or do you have outside operations?
When I was on the ship, we sailed over the entire world. But as far as me here, myself, and my crew, it was just the archipelago. After all, this was where he buried his treasures. This was his last resting place. No need to go out into the rest of the world when what I want is right here.
But surely once you achieved it, you would not have been content to remain in one idly by in one location. What was the end goal?
My end goal?
After you, assuming you achieved the power you were looking for, what then?
What every real pirate wants. To go sailing across the oceans of the world, take what they want, give nothing back. And have the power to do so uncontested for as long as I possibly could.
I see. That's boring.
You don't get out much, do you?
I was a hermit for 25 years, so no.
Oh, that's boring.
Only if you don't have a plan when your isolation's over.
I can only imagine the voices that you must speak with in your own head.
Would you like to meet them? I'm gonna have Philomena just say something through my mouth.
Hi!
Her voice and everything.
You know what? I'm gonna leave that one be. All right. Even if you didn't have anything before, I'm still going to ask in case you have something now. Akira?
Nope.
All right. Kaylee?
How long ago was Raven executed?
Oh, let's see. Be several decades by now. 50, 60 years. Maybe on the cusp of 70. Quite a long time. I believe the old king has already passed on. A new one has taken over by now. Evelyn, perhaps anything more?
Sadly, no.
All right. It's okay. I'll still keep asking every round through just in case you do think of something until everyone is completely tapped out. So just be ready for me to keep asking. Carolus.
You know, I looked through some of the documents that you had here. Does a child that sounds like a Goliath ring any bells to you?
Ah! We've only ever had one. Orion was his name. Oh, what a violent little tyke. Nobody wanted him. Nobody dared to try. So we did the best thing that we could in order to save the rest of our products from being complete red mist along the walls. And even when we isolated him into his own chambers, he made so much noise that, well, we just had to get rid of him. But I'm not one to execute our own product when that can be sold. Though we did take meager amounts from Dahlem. We donated him, as well a bit of donation, to the arena where he could best exercise his desire for bloodshed.
I'm very well familiar. I've run into him a couple times.
Oh, so he's still alive and kicking. I was thinking that perhaps a lion might have eaten him.
Alive and kicking and has the blood of thousands of innocents on his hands. Blood that you let him have. You could have shown him mercy and put him out of his misery, but now he's nothing but a wanted murderer. What the hell did you do to him?
Put him out of his misery. Misery? You expect me to kill a child and think that's mercy?
Better than a life of slavery. You sent him to die in the arena. What kind of mercy is that?
An opportunity to live, rather than literally being killed because he wasn't wanted. A chance rather than a guarantee. I would say he got off rather well considering what and who he was.
And in doing so, you created a monster. One that works now with our enemy.
He did not create a monster. The monster was already there. He simply gave it an outlet.
Can't blame him for something he didn't know was gonna happen, Carolus.
Fine. Let's get back to the original point.
Is there a point, or are you just prattling on about something that is far beneath me at this point?
Hang on, I'm actually thinking about what to say next. Come back around to me. I'll think about something.
I think that's a good idea. Chase.
Alright. Back to the quartermaster, because I'm trying to get a profile on this guy. In case we try and track him down. Difficult as that's going to be. Do you have any habits? Any place he favored other than just the sea itself?
Any place that he favored? Well, he was a fan of entertainment. He would typically go to brothels, bars, any place where he could have a good chuckle. I would say that would probably be the other interesting fact about him. He loved to laugh. Now, granted, when he laughed, that never usually meant it was always a good thing. And that's what made him so eerie.
Okay. Alright. Gives me more to work with and a person to ask. Okay.
So,
back to you, Bill.
Yep.
I'm sorry, you said back to me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Some are not asking questions, so it's going faster.
Yeah.
Well. Forgive me if this has already been asked, but do you actually know what does this forgive me if this has already been asked, but because I have forgotten if it has been. What have you do you know what this power looks like when it's complete in one being? I suppose I should say what it can actually do.
Not even the
Or
slightest.
if you only heard.
I've barely even heard anything. I just know that there is a power involved and that he had found something that was going to be strong enough to upend everything. His words, not mine.
So you did all this and staked it on hearsay. What proof did you have it was real besides the ravings of someone that could very easily have just been a madman? A madman with a floating box.
If he was a madman, then he was one of the most calm and frightening madmen I've ever met. But you're absolutely right. There is no proof of it. All I know is that I believed it enough. That was good enough for me.
No, fair enough. You believed it. How many others do you think would?
I know that a great many in his crew would have as well. But if anyone was going to truly believe him, it'd be his inner circle. So I suppose if you want to know more about it, you might as well see if you can track down the other members of his crew, assuming that they're willing to even talk to you in the first place. Chances are, every single one of them is likely wanting to kill anyone who even bothers to ask.
Okay, then I only have one final question. How many people outside of you in this hypothetical inner circle know about power on the level of the divine just floating out there ripe for the taking?
That is a good question now, isn't it? I personally don't know. He could have.
You never kept an ear to the ground for potential rivals?
I was merely an engineer. A lot of what I did was be stuffed away in some room working on equipment. But many of the crew did whisper about, some of them hearing some things, some of them not. I would say that a good many of the crew did hear things, but many of them might have been rumors, many of them might have been truths that have been stretched or worn too thin. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Sorry I keep asking Akira, but never know. So, anything from you, perhaps?
Nope.
Okay. Kaylee.
No. I think I've kind of exhausted all the questions that I wanted to ask.
All right. Evelyn.
Skip.
Oh, no problem. Carolus.
I think I got one. One of the people in the inner circle, was any of them obsessed with plays or scripts?
Well, again, our quartermaster was very well into entertainment, so that could possibly be something he'd be interested in.
Thank you. I got nothing else to ask here. Everybody else tapped?
Well, we'll find out. Chase.
Okay. I may have been asking two different things. Okay, so this is the player asking, okay, which one is which race again?
Okay.
My brain's
Let me help out because things have... It was mostly because the whole thing with the Triton threw me off. I completely forgot to write down his name and I pulled out something out of my ass. I will fix that a little bit later. But we'll just say that we'll refer to them by their jobs. The quartermaster was human.
Okay.
Triton was the boatswain. Kenku, first mate.
Okay. Then I missed. Then my last question, I asked about the wrong person. Then didn't I?
Oh.
Because I meant to ask about the Triton.
Oh, okay. I answered that as if you were asking about the quartermaster, the human.
Because I think I said quartermaster because I thought that was the Triton. That was my fault.
All right. So quartermaster human. So you were asking more about the Triton. So we can go back and fix that. So you were asking about. Well, I mean, we'll just say that that's
that's
another
my
question.
now. Yeah, that's
Okay.
my question now.
All right. Well, of course, being a Triton, his pastime was swimming. But as far as any kind of things that he enjoyed to do, it was very quiet and stoic sort. So there wasn't anything really special that I saw him enjoy doing other than what he was asked to do on the ship. He most certainly did like to be in the water, though.
So he had no other place he liked to go. No particular other particular habits?
When we docked at most ports, he would be the one to stay on the ship. Mostly because he was the best one to keep an eye on things, because he can keep an eye on things both on the ship and in the water. So he would never really disembark. That, and most places would take a look at a Triton on land and wonder if something strange was happening. He didn't really like that kind of attention, so he just kept to himself that way. So I'm afraid I can't answer anything more on that one, because all that I knew of him was on that ship. Anything that he did, kept to himself.
Okay. All right.
There was one thing, though. I understand that he had a very vast library. Perhaps he was a reader.
Okay. Okay. I think I'm starting to run dry here, but I will pass it on to the next person.
No problem. Bell.
I actually think I'm tapped. Like,
No
on
problem.
questions for now. Like, nothing anyone said so far has piqued any new questions from me.
No problem. Akira, I'll ask one final time.
I don't have anything.
All right. Haley, one more time.
No, I'm good.
Evelyn, one more time.
Yeah, I'm out.
Careless, one more time.
I got nothing.
All
Not
right.
this time around.
And then Chase, one more time.
No, I think we're about done here.
All right.
So this comes down to Evelyn. Evelyn, we still taking him in, or do you want to put him out of his misery?
Let's take him in.
Okay.
Very well then. Your choice.
V, I'm actually rather surprised, considering everything that I've done, that everything I've tried to do, everything that I'm continually trying to do, that you would take me in, instead of finish me off here and now. I can't exactly get what I've been looking for. This whole thing was a big waste of time.
Well, so far, technically you haven't killed anyone, so it'll be a waste to kill you.
You know, that is actually quite interesting that you mentioned that. Now that I think about it, you're right. I actually haven't killed anyone. Wow. I really am not quite the ruthless pirate that I thought I was, if I'm that merciful.
However, that doesn't mean you're getting off just exactly scot-free.
No, I suppose not. Well then, so be it. I suppose a jail cell for me.
Well, we'll see about. Definitely not just going to be in a jail cell. You're definitely going to be earning your keep. But, yeah. Let's get moving.
That's so.
Let's get-
Well, at least I won't be bored.
You will be under heavy guard, though. If you were an engineer, you can't be left alone with tools.
Smart.
Alright, people. Let's pack up and move unless you got any last things to do.
I got nothing else. I'll get him up, Careless will get him up. Come
Actually,
on, let's go.
Wait, Rena,
Hmm?
A good point.
anything you want to tell him, seeing as he was the head of this operation?
Well, I mean, the one that I hated the most is Lockjaw, considering what he did, but considering now, knowing that you are the leader of this organization, I just want you to know. Go fuck yourself. What's that all? Yeah, that's all. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
God, I love paladins.
That's not a paladin. That's the warrior.
That's a fighter.
He's a
That's a
fighter.
fighter.
Paladin's a fighter. I know. I was thinking the werewolf for some reason.
It's fair enough. All right, come on. Let's
Come
pack
on,
up.
you.
Let's tell Anaran what's going on, and let's get these people going.
So,
We got a train to catch.
so Carolus,
Yes, we
for the
do.
sake of you dragging him along with you, I am going to give you control over him, so you can highlight both and drag accordingly.
Oh, come on, Tailspire, don't start crushing on me now, thank you.
I mean, technically, we're changing maps anyways. So.
True. That's true. Okay, we'll do that then. So you just go to pick him up and be like, "Easy now, I'm ticklish there."
Yeah, I don't care. He'll pick him up and just bonk him on the head to knock him out. So that's so I don't have to listen to you talk.
Yeah, you had 1 HP left. That would do it.
Tailspire is fucking with me.
It's
All
fine. I will call it the bell. We do have a couple of his guns we can pick through later if you want to. I'm actually feeling generous, even though you weren't here for the fight.
He's talking to you about.
Wait.
Hmm?
Are they better than what I would have? Probably.
We can look over them later. One of them is a harpoon gun that he used for travel, kind of like your wire gun.
Interesting. So what you're saying is I could have a second web shooter.
This was a rifle that he used.
So what you're saying is I can saw off the barrel and have an unwieldy second web shooter.
Not how guns work.
This is me letting you know. We will go over the guns later, and you'll get one. We can negotiate for a second one later, but I will at least give you one, because...
Sick.
While we're going up the elevator, Carolus will look over at Chase. You thinking when I'm thinking about who the quartermaster could possibly be?
Well, tell me what you think, and I'll tell you how wrong you might be.
It's probably a long shot, but it might be Bicus. That's my gut feeling.
Anaran, I put you in there so you can move. Let me summon people to the board.
Oh.
Timeline doesn't match up. He started causing that bullshit with, the
Solus.
Archbishop, Solus, well over 100 years ago.
True, but magic does exist, and it wouldn't surprise me if there's magic that can extend a human's life.
Yeah, that does exist, and one of the things I'm thinking about, Raven, could also work, but I need more information. Bicus, it could have been Bicus brought back by a clone spell, maybe, I don't know, but... Well, just because it looked like a human doesn't mean it was a human.
True enough. Well, at least we know
Yeah,
one
this is
thing.
exactly a
We know
situation of quacks like a dog, barks like a dog.
I have another theory. He loved to be entertained. We know somebody else that likes to be entertained. He likes entertaining. And he's looking for a whole bunch of magical stuff for a reason.
Not to
What
break
is
you
it?
off there, but Kakado, I am not on the board.
I know that. I'm still putting people there.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
sorry.
yeah. So maybe pain in the ass slug that we keep dealing with heard a story from dear old dad.
Perhaps we'll figure it out. At least we know that Dragon's Hell was part of that original crew, at least now.
Yeah.
I don't think that was ever up for contention.
Well, once it was two different Kenkus, but like once I got the proper description, yeah. But it was
Kenku's out of character. Do Kenkus really live that long?
traditionally no, which means
Okay.
it could be. I mean, it could also be that could have been Dragon Howl's dad, or yeah, it could have been both Bikis and Dragon's Howl, and they just are doing something to heavily extend their lives. So we
Kagero,
have.
can I ask something?
Yes.
Would Kaylee remember if Jameis liked to laugh?
She would remember something like that, yes. Jameis, I mean, the Jameis that you knew was before the whole heel turn was a fun-loving guy.
Mm.
He liked to
Okay.
laugh. He liked to entertain. He was a bard, so...
It's not out of the realm of possibility.
Could have picked up a lot of his habits from dear old dad. And,
Maybe.
but well, we'll just have to. Well, next time we see him, before we put a bullet between his eyes, we'll have to ask him.
To be honest, I don't even know how old Jameis even is.
Well, changelings typically, traditionally only live as long as humans. So,
Mhm.
like I said, that's why I didn't say Jameis directly. But we have information, but not enough to draw a proper conclusion. Just theories.
Still, it's better than having nothing, at least.
Anyways,
So,
let's
uh,
go
when
ahead.
the party gets back up, the temple is spotless. Adaran has been cleaning.
Yeah, I kind of figured he had to work off his aggression.
Let me stop the Raven music.
Mhm.
All right. So now we'll go back to the Admiral.
The children are all being fed apples. The wounded are being taken care of, if they are not healed already.
Considering they were awake and got a full 8-hour rest, they would probably at least have their hit points back, anyways.
Either way.
There we go. So, you all come back upstairs, and you find, yes, that the place is spotless, that somebody has been at work, but you also find that at the opposite end, Lady Rosethorn is addressing literally everybody, as most of them were looking for something, questions, anything of the sort. Basically, looking for somebody to tell them what was going on. Since Anaran came up in the mood that he was in, started cleaning and focusing on that, Lady Rosethorn stepped up and she is addressing everyone. The two pirates that were captive, the ones that were taking care of the kids, are now talking to the other pirates that have been your prisoners this entire time. The kids are just by themselves. They look not as scared, but they still look very confused and kind of huddled together. So, with that, I am going to say, what are you going to be doing with Jack?
I would say stuff him in the portable hole, but that would be
Yeah.
mean, wouldn't it?
We can just tie him to Careless's back like a backpack.
I mean, he's
Alright.
only
Just
half a
turns him into
person,
Kazooie.
so
Just turns him into Kazooie from Banjo-Kazooie. Wakes up a couple times, knocking him out to shut him up.
Then I will just go on ahead and hide his figure because he's knocked out anyway. But we'll just say that Careless does have him tied up and under wraps. So with that, then, we are going to go back to the roleplay initiative for this situation while you guys are in here. So, with that being said, we are going to start with you, Chase. Do you now see the state of everything here? What would you like to do?
Alright. Let's clear close to the kids first. He kneels down. Alright, hey there. How you all doing?
The kids closest to you, the two tieflings, look up at you. The other kids turn and look over at you, and they're silent. They are still a little shook, so they don't really respond right away. Best thing that they do is just kind of nod at you, acknowledging that they know that you're there and that they're holding up.
Okay, look. Do you know where you're from? We need to try and find if we can get you back home safely. Where do we need to send you?
So, this boy, like, I can show you if I have a map. I know how to read a map. I learned.
Okay. Well, he'll have. I think Kaylee holds onto the map. So Chase will motion to Sue. Sue comes up with a writing saying, "Map. Need map."
Would you like to give Sue the map? Okay, yeah, she gives Sue the map.
Okay. Sue will fly over, kind of being a little playful for the kids to try and lighten them up, and then holds the map out for him.
The little show that she puts on, flying around with the map, it does cheer up some of them a little bit. And taking the map, the boy is like, "Oh, here." And he points, and he is actually from the town of Alexander. The two girls are looking at it, and they point right in. There's another town that is north of, we'll say that it's the Gavarian Island, but it's the other town, not the Stronghold, not Ambergale, not one of the port towns. There was another one. I forgot the name already. But
Farming town that's in between Alexander and Gavaria?
no,
Guilford?
there's another one.
Navarre.
I need to pull up the map. Like, I know it's there, I just forgot the name.
Hilford and Navarre that I see.
Navarre. That's it, Navarre. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, they're from Navarre. The little girl that has the doll, she takes a look at it, and she points over towards Croy. And she actually pokes in the area where you know originally as New Aerith. And then the Tabaxi boy takes a look at it and he points up to Dahlem.
Okay. Well, got news for you, my little fellow furry friend. Dahlem is where we're headed first.
Truly?
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing. Please, it'd be so nice to go home.
Chase kind of tries to straighten up his hair a little bit. It's like, surprised you didn't recognize me, buddy.
Wait, Chase Viscari? I expected you to be taller.
Hold on. I'm fucking 5'10", for fuck's sake.
Your reputation precedes you.
Okay.
Mountain of a man, Chase Viscari.
All right. You from New Aerith. We should be able to get you home pretty easily. As for the others, I'm sorry to say we've heard that there is a pretty bad disease going around right now on the South Island. My friends and I, once we're done here, take care of a couple more things. We're gonna go look into it. once we've fixed the problem, I'll send word, and we should be able to get you home.
So the boy and the two tieflings just look at each other, look back over to you, and they nod.
Don't worry. We're going to be taking you. You're going to be taken care of very well.
So the two tieflings look over to you.
Is our mommy and daddy okay?
They weren't among the... Oh. Were there any tieflings amongst the pirates we fought?
No.
There's no tieflings amongst the prisoners over there.
Not that you can see.
When did you last see them?
Well, we were on our way to school and we were picked up by people saying that they were friends of our parents, said they were sick. And then we came here.
Looks over at those two. You know anything about them?
I'm sure the parents are fine. That was a ruse that was likely used in order to pick them up and make them comply with everything and keep them quiet.
Okay. Well, from what we heard, the disease is kind of... It's not very outspread right now, but we heard it can get bad. That's why we're going to get there and take care of things as soon as possible, but we will do our best to make sure that they're okay. All right?
The more reddish looking tiefling is like,
Oh, I don't want to get sick. Okay, we'll wait.
Okay. Like I said, the place we're going to be taking you is very nice. It's going to be a bit hot and in a bit of a desert, but the city itself is lovely. Okay?
they look a little bit more trusting towards you and they smile, give you a bit of a nod.
Okay.
Alright. Okay. Chase walks over to Anaran. Sue's gonna stay and play with him for a bit. Chase walks over to Anaran. You okay?
I don't know, Kagado. How's the head noisy levels right now?
Sorrow is definitely peaking a little bit more because of the all of these people here. Some of them are still not comfortable. Some of them are still sad, especially some of the kids. Well, up until now. So he's peaked a little bit more. But Wrath, however, definitely has peaked a little bit more because of the earlier conversation. He had calmed down a little bit after you and Belle were having a talk, because it seemed almost as if any kind of wrath was being suppressed in favor of some hope, of some change. But then, after the argument, wrath had basically gone right back to where he was before.
So no good change.
No good change. There is, I will say, there is sorrow, there is wrath, but there's also joy. Basically, think of them as all three have elevated levels. The joy of seeing all of these people are safe. Some of them, such as the kids, are now starting to gain some hope. So they all equally have gone up a little bit. So think of them as now three voices fighting against each other for supremacy at the moment.
He doesn't respond to Chase right away.
Alright, hey. Well, Chase will then go over all the information they got out of Jackson.
Okay. Interesting. Is the fucker dead?
No. Evelyn wants him to be. He wants the course to decide his fate.
He reaches into the bag of holding and pulls out one of the crystals from underneath. You might be able to make some use of this.
Okay. We'll put it in his
Yep.
bag.
When you pull it out, you feel that it is quite cooling. It is something that, with the hot desert air, very much like how it was downstairs, although since it is cooler up here rather than down there, you would think, oh, this is going to make me feel cooler, right? No, it's about the same. It kind of keeps everything almost like a nice cool temperature of around 60 to 70 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay. Well, I'll see what I can make of it. If anything, we can have our own code of cubing.
There's that. I have a few other ideas.
Oh, I'm sure. I appreciate what you've done here for the temple. I'm sure Timora does as well.
Somebody had to clean it up.
Alright, well.
You find a ledger that lets you be able to track down the actual people that used to be here.
Akira and Careless. Akira picked up some books. We'll say we went back and grabbed them before we left. There was something about a mysterious benefactor, but I'm thinking that benefactor was Bicus. He stopped payment about 3 months ago, and I'm pretty sure that's about the time Ryudo started making his name known enough that Bicus found him.
That adds up. That adds up. Alright. Golem it is then. I'll be outside.
Okay. Think I've burnt up all the time I have, so I will end it there.
All right, that's no problem. Oh, Anoran steps outside. Belle, we come to you.
Okay.
You see not only all of the people that you rescued on the beach, but far more. Since you were not whole, you were cardboard during the time, you notice that there's so many more people likely coming from downstairs. There are some that are up at the front that seem to be a bit more interesting than the standard people in the back, considering that you are seeing that there is an Arakakra, a Warforged, an Asamar, a Satyr, and a Fairy.
Jesus Christ, he was just taken from everywhere, wasn't he? Alright. You satisfied with this outcome?
As Bell asks while he approaches Evelyn.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You
For now,
satisfied with this outcome?
For now, I am.
For now, huh?
As long as he doesn't make any trouble. And if I hear about it again, we'll see it. We'll see. We'll see it if that ever happens.
Well, for a man who manipulated most of your life and put you through quite the ringer, it was very big of you to spare him. Although, I suppose, if he hadn't done all of that, you wouldn't have run into any of us, so... Actually,
Sure.
that might be cause to kill him. Now that I think about it.
Hard to say.
You'll just say,
Hard to say, but
oh,
honestly,
hard to say. I said, oh, hard to say.
oh yeah, hard to say. But I don't know. If I haven't met most of you all, I wouldn't have learned a few. I wouldn't have learned all that I have so far.
But have you really learned anything? I mean, isn't your power just natural? I think you'd have grown fine without us. It's just your judgment that may have been erring.
My power, yes, but learning about all these different nobles and learning how each of them do different things, that's a different story.
I think that's mostly like I think you would have more or less worked it out yourself. The question would have been, would you have worked it out before or after we stormed into your home by mistake?
Well, my home taken out on the archipelago, so
Your home here, your summer home then, I don't know. Like, I am what you might call an underground noble. I don't know how it works for people who actually get to live in the sun.
unfortunately, I don't know too much here because I kind of ran off.
Well, yes, but would you have done that if you weren't given a mission?
Perhaps.
Even if it was under false pretenses.
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
Although with the mission, I had direction. If I just ran off, it would have been without anywhere to go, anywhere knowing going any purpose of going to a certain path.
You are a hell of a kid.
We'll say you have about 3 minutes.
Well, you're a heck of a snake.
I'm the only snake that isn't going to try to kill everyone. I think, maybe, possibly, Anarim might have different ideas on that. That's a joke. Anyways.
Well, if you did try and kill us, it would matter on who's go faster.
Well, not exactly. You have all these abilities to make things go boom. I have all these ways. Like, if we're gonna have this dick measuring contest, I have probably been born with a horribly cruel handicap because I'm realizing I'm getting into it with a woman. But if we're gonna have that game, if we're gonna play that game, I'm the one with counterspell.
But can you do it 2 times in a row?
No, but that's not important, you fucking cheater.
She can also snipe you from outside of counterspell range.
Not
minute.
if I don't let her, because the advantage I have here is I'm built for melee. All I gotta do is close the distance. Evelyn's track record speaks for itself after that.
Well, she also has Vortex Warp, but that's besides the point.
That's just what I counterspell. It means I'm gonna take a lot of damage, but...
Alright, moving on. Don't want to take up your turn.
But... honestly, of everyone here, though I jest, of everyone here, you're probably the one that I am least inclined to get into it with. I think if we ever go, I think if we ever go blow for blow seriously, that doesn't, like, one of us will end up dead. That will just, there's nothing stopping that.
Alright.
You're just about out of time.
All right, that's a good place to for me to stop it. So,
All right.
I'll pass it here.
So, Akira, you are outside. The only other person that has seemed to have joined you is Anaran. Everybody else is inside. Oh dear. Okay. Let's see what happened.
I mean, nothing's happening. Kara's just staring at his reflection in the water. Just
I don't
slowly
think he's
looking
worried
up.
about you.
Well, you're staring at your reflection in the water, but is there anything that you would like to do other than that? It seems as though people are mostly gathering up to get ready to go.
He's staying away from everyone.
Gotcha. And then, that being said, at least as far as you yourself are concerned, it is uneventful. You are currently just looking at your reflection. We'll go back inside, though, to Kaylee.
Okay.
So, Kaylee, as you approach Lady Rosethorn, she is essentially doing her best to be diplomatic, basically calming everyone down, letting them know, don't worry, we're going to get you all back to your homes, back to your families. And there's no rioting, it's just more people asking questions and some concerns mostly about those that are recently taken from the Gavarian Isle and its condition. Most everyone else is just being silent and just listening to what needs to be done. Of course, the 5 high-profile ones in the front, they are various levels. Some of them are absolutely silent, such as the Warforged and the Asimar. The Arakakras kind of in the middle, asking a question here and there. The Fairy and the Satyr are both absolutely active. The Satyr is flirting with her, and the Fairy is a mile a minute.
Yeah, sounds like Naomi.
So that being said, what would you like to do?
Looks like everyone has a lot of questions, huh?
Excuse me a moment, everyone. But I have so many more questions about where we are, what's going on, and who do I need to kill? There's nobody that you need. Oh, she asked that 5 times now. Okay. Everyone seems a little shaken, but not stirred. Sorry, little joke. Everything's fine, it looks like. Everybody seems to be in one piece. Nobody's terribly injured. Even the children seem to be all right. So, I figured that there was no one else here when everyone came up. So, I took it upon myself to try and help out as best as I can, keep things in order, and see if I can figure out a way to get everybody home safely. And the best thing I'm going to offer is just make sure everybody's got a safe ticket on a good ship back to wherever they belong to. Though some of them aren't exactly from here, and others don't exactly have a home to get back to. Wanderers, adventurers, you know.
Well, if they don't have a place to go, we are all going, our group is going to Dahlem, so if they want to start there, they're more than welcome to join us.
All right, everyone. This young lady here is Kaylee, and she has mentioned that they and their group, the ones who had helped rescue you all, they're on their way up to Dahlem. So if there's anybody who's interested in going to Dahlem or has their home there, then I suggest it's probably best that you hang around with us. Everyone else? Well, I suppose that maybe I should be the one to lead them out. I only just got to see her again, and I'm gonna have to say goodbye again. All right. If you're going to Dahlem, you'll follow this group here. If you're going to port, the Mist Haven port, then you'll be following me. There's some murmuring amongst the group, and it seems as though that there's going to be a large group following Lady Rosethorn. But there are a few interested people, whether Dahlem is their home or Dahlem is just where they want to go.
Do you want us to see if we can... I guess I could ask Chase if there's a consortium... If there's anyone that can help you guys out, like give you guys some protection, make sure that you guys have a ship back.
Oh, my dear, I don't need protection.
Well, at least get you guys a ship back if you're not from the archipelago.
That went right over her head. Oh, she's adorable. Now, I don't know which one I want to go with. The MILF or the bunny?
Do you have any idea what he's talking about?
I have a few theories that I'm not even going to bother to respond.
Anyway, I'm sure that you guys don't want another accidental jacking of your ship, so we can see if we can get you some transportation if you do live outside the archipelago. Especially
nice.
for you, Lady Rosethorn.
That would be nice, but I'll see about getting in touch with my contacts in Mist Haven again. And don't worry about me, is what I'm saying. I'll be okay. After all, this whole ordeal is finally over. At least, it seems that way. I don't think we're gonna have a deja vu moment with yet another ship to bring us back here. And even if it did, we'd just be right back to where we started.
Yeah, that is true. But I don't think you have to worry about that anymore.
Yeah, I know.
Anyways,
I'm glad to hear it.
I think we'll probably be leaving pretty soon, so...
Yeah, that's for the best. Timora's temple has been a bit of a roller coaster ride, as it were. Came here with it being quite negative, and now it's such a nice place to be. But we have important things to do. I especially need to get back home in order to reevaluate certain things to make sure something like Jackson doesn't happen again.
Probably taking another look at your employees, helping hands.
Very much so, especially considering the fact that I'm sure Jackson did not act alone. He probably had some people on the inside. We'll flush them out. I have a little bit
Good.
more. I have a little bit more drive to do it.
Good. All right then.
Are we flushing people
I'll
down
leave you-
toilets? Is that what she said? Oh, that'd be fun. They go around and around and around and around. They're screaming. Like this. Ah! Not like that? Do people scream differently?
I will talk to that fairy later.
You're going outside?
Fine. Yes.
You have about 3 minutes.
I'll make this quick. You don't need to say anything. I'm just here to apologize. I should have trusted your actions, and instead I freaked out. And I'm sorry. I won't. I know. I'm sure whether or not he can hear this.
No. Like, what he's physically doing is he's using the oasis water to wash off his face. You know, that splashing motion.
Yeah. But she's just saying this just so I can keep this quick.
Mhm.
I don't trust whatever is in Belle's head. But you're right. We need to do something about it. My personal opinion is that we need to talk a little bit more with Mietrich. It's something she did, so it's something that she needs to explain. So, that's all I want to say. You don't have to forgive me.
17 years trapped in his own head. I wouldn't blame him for being aggressive.
It is actually Anaran's turn after Kaylee's if you want to extend this scene together a little bit further.
And you're forgiven. Many people... Oh, she's just walking away? Okay.
Oh, well, I thought you were done. Sorry.
He just kind of turns. Many people fear others. But monsters are not always born. Sometimes they're made. Not by other monsters, but by innocent people who give in to fear. Treat him like a monster, and he'll be one. Treat him like a person, and
I'm
he'll
only
be one.
I'm only treating him the way that Belle told me about him.
And Belle doesn't know everything. I told him to make a choice either now or later on when he knows more. The other version of him spoke. Belle needs to talk to himself. As I'm almost certain Mietrich has been filling his head with lies. And if the two
Then-
merge, then
then-
neither will succeed.
This will finally be the breaking point.
I'm sure there's people in there that want to deal with you or talk with you.
We'll deal with this once we get back with the others.
So, with that, Haley's turn overlaps into yours, Anaran. Is there anything that you would like to do at this moment?
Oh yeah, I'm inciting a fucking Akira. I'm inciting the man.
All right. So, Akira, he is inciting you. So, that means that you can either try to deceive him with your actions, or persuade him with your actions, or do nothing and have your feelings literally be on your sleeve, and that he doesn't need to roll for anything. There's also intimidation.
I mean,
Just
they're
depends on the
really not-
signal that you want to send.
He's not doing anything. He's in his own little world right now, so yeah, he can incite all he wants.
All right. So, with that insight, essentially, he is literally just trying to be alone, wanting to distance himself.
I'm not satisfied with the surface thoughts. Deeper. I'll roll if I have to.
Yeah, you don't have to roll.
Yeah. Good. Guidance. Dice, please don't fuck me. You fucked me!
Oh no.
Don't worry, he sees nothing.
Yep, unfortunately, surface level is all you get.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't 18.
It wouldn't be enough anyway.
Well, 18 plus 8 plus D4, potential 30. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nope, he just looks at him. And now I cast Sending to Amaya.
All right. So, go for it.
He just looks at the water. I doubt she's gonna even fucking manifest. Casts it. I don't know what you really want with your fox friend. But if he really wants to avoid whatever's plaguing him, he's got to stop hiding. He's got to stop running. And make that difficult choice to start facing it.
So, after that sending, it's quiet for a second, and you see some bubbling in the water. Akira, since you're staring at your reflection, you can see ripples beginning to overlap, obscuring your vision, as suddenly there's a splash from the water, out popping Amaya. It's been a while since I've been in a spring like this one. Oasis, am I right? I see that there's a bit of an issue here. Don't tell me, I already know. You have a problem with the zombie. And
The zombie's one thing.
And please, dear, let me finish. And how he reacted as she's looking over at Akira. I am going to help with this whole misunderstanding as best as I can by just giving you the facts, and then you can just take them however way that you want. I want you to understand, neither he nor myself are against the Raven Queen, which is probably going to make you wonder, well, why the fuck did he just go and make a zombie like that? Well, yeah, I'm here to tell you, unfortunately, some gods do not like certain things, so they have to get people involved that will do the things that they will not, and that is my
Amaya,
job.
I don't give a shit.
I would highly recommend that you lower your voice.
I highly recommend you stop for 5 fucking minutes.
All right, I'll humor this one. He just sits on the water and crosses her arms and just looks at you waiting.
What he believes, what he does, begrudgingly, was dealt with. What he says, I've gotten to learn about him a little bit. He wants to be a decent man. He wants to be a good man. Good men don't threaten another person's wife, even if empty. So before you let your fox lose to his own whatever the fuck's going on in his head, get your shit together and help him. Because clearly, he can't do it alone.
I should help him, you say? And you believe that I'm trying my damnedest, or that I'm not trying my damnedest to do that?
I understand he's a kitsune, so that could mean that he's stubborn as shit.
Absolutely, but I want you to please, let's dial it down for a second, and let me explain my theory on what happened. A friend of yours is dealing with somebody that was quite horrible to her and horrible to other people. Jack, I believe. I think that he, in his immediate want, just wanted to have yet another ally to bring using the power that he had, even if it meant doing something that you would disagree with. The problem, and this is what I'm definitely going to try and help him with further, is that it's communication. You two lack communication with each other because I think both of you have a bit of a problem with explaining how you feel without lashing. He lashes when he's lashed at. You lash when you're lashed at. People tend to do that. He just wanted to help. He felt himself in a corner. And he said something really stupid. But I do truly believe he doesn't actually intend to hurt Nihiri. I think that would definitely be out of character for him. So, I will work on this canvas, see what kind of painting I can make. I'm not asking you to do anything other than to just take what I said and do what you want with it. I certainly hope it just doesn't turn into violence. Because that's not the violence I look for.
Anna is just looking at her like, God, you are so deaf. No wonder he has a communication problem. You suck at it too.
And this is me as a DM telling you that this is how I perceive it. I'm literally trying to. So now I'm like, okay, I missed something here. So
Anaran is talking about Akira's inner turmoil. He has not once. I mean, he did mention the whole threatening the wife thing, but he also said he doesn't care right now.
Then you didn't make that clear enough. So if you're talking about his turmoil, that's a different story.
That is what he's talking about.
Okay, then. So now that we're on the same page, we'll reverse that and go back, and in which case she will flat out be like, yeah, well, he's been through a lot too, and quite frankly, he has a hard time letting go.
He's afraid of himself.
Oh, most certainly, especially considering what he's seen can happen to people like him. He doesn't want to become the monster he's seen. He wants to become something else, and he still believes that it could still happen.
Amaya, do you know how monsters are made?
Depends on the monster.
Are born. A lot are made.
Mm-hmm. Precisely. So if he's going to become a
Akira-
monster, he'll need to be made into one.
Not born a monster, yes. People tried to turn him into one.
That's what he's afraid of.
Yeah, that is what he's afraid of. Just like how the Raven Queen has been helping me, bit by bit. Help him not fear himself.
That's the thing, isn't it?
He's afraid of his
It's-
emotions. He's afraid of himself. So until he accepts himself, emotions and all, well, he'll become the very thing he's afraid of.
He needs to open himself up to it if it's going to do anything. His wall is quite high.
Yeah, well,
Takes a lot chipping away.
stop using a chisel.
Well, even if I were to use a hammer, more hammers do better work than one. If you know what I mean.
Oh, I do. But he points back to the temple. They can only do so much. At all. Very few of them are actually very helpful. Help him open up. Because if he keeps threatening people's family, that's how the walls get rebuilt. I'll threaten him directly. I will never threaten those he loves.
No, that is fair. I just want him to pick up the hammer himself.
Well, until then, you gotta keep screaming.
If only it wasn't made of lead. But I've got a loud voice. So, with that, unless there's anything more that you would like to speak with me about,
Have fun. As he takes out one of the gems, need to figure out what the hell I'm gonna do with these.
feels refreshing. Make an ice bath. Oh, and I think you need a nice, warm lavender bath. Not because you smell or anything.
If I do smell, it's sulfur and sweat. I literally was just in a. Oh my god.
I said it's not because you smell or anything. So,
I forfeit the rest of my turn.
okay. Well, it's about that time anyway. Evelyn!
Well, from the sound of things, they might be splitting up the group. One's gonna be following our group, and the other's gonna be following Mom. So I might well go and visit with her before she heads off.
Okay. Philomena's hand just pops out and just makes him nod.
Sure.
Sorry, you weren't saying anything. You were away.
It's gonna
No,
happen
I
again.
actually wasn't this time.
The whole silver situation happen again, where he uses him like a puppet.
Yes. So you're gonna be heading out soon?
She just immediately just goes and hugs you. Yes, for reals this time. And I'm gonna have quite the group with me. But I don't think that we'll have any problems now. Now that everything has been taken care of by you and your group, I don't think we need to worry about any human trafficking anymore. That means that the next ship that we get on should absolutely be legit.
Hopefully.
But for those that are going to be following you, not too many, though. I do warn you, they're a bit of a rowdy bunch.
I can only imagine with this many people.
Right. Yeah, I'm the lucky one that has the more common folk. You've got the ASMR, you've got the fairy, satyr, who keeps staring at me.
Well,
Warforged, Eric Akra.
The fairy, we kind of have a friend fairy anyways, so we have an idea of how to deal with one.
Oh, that's right. Nami. Yes. Well, if that's the case, then probably best off in your hands. Though she is she's a bit loud and bloodthirsty, I think. I think she was maybe holed up in that room a little too long.
Hard to tell.
No, I can tell.
Well, I was hoping mostly to see you before you part ways again.
I'm sorry that it couldn't have been under better circumstances, especially considering we had such a nice time before, but right now, you have things you need to do, and it looks like I've got things that I've got to do. As I was telling your friend Kaylee, I'm planning on going right on back to the estate and start weeding out those that have been possibly working alongside Jack, and reforming things to make sure that this shouldn't happen again. I was actually contemplating coming with you, feeling like maybe I could help in some way, but then I realized if I'm away, then there's a good chance that something could happen to the company, to the family. Especially if there's somebody still lurking around that was still working for Jack. It truly is best that I go home.
Might be a good idea.
What are you going to do? But next, that is. Now you're going to Dahlem, but
well, due to some information that we got from Jack, there's been some stuff happening on this archipelago that I think I'm gonna try and help at least deal with it before continuing on.
all right. I know we need to get going here soon, so that way we can at least get to some place that we can get at least some kind of carriage to get down south quickly. So I guess I am wasting a little bit more time, as much as I can. But this is going to be goodbye for now. No, No, I'm not saying that. Not goodbye. This is going to be, once again, until next time.
Yep. Till next week.
She once again goes up and gives you a big hug.
And I hug her back.
All right. You already know what you got to do. I know what I've got to do. All right, everyone. Everyone coming with me down south to Misthaven. Gather up your things. We're on our way. It's early enough to where we might be able to get somewhere safe to get ourselves proper transportation, or at the very least shelter, before nightfall. Those of you that are going to be staying, going to Dahlem, and please stay here until, well, till my daughter here or one of her friends let you know. All right. So she steps up to the front and starts gathering up many of the people there, and they begin to make their way out.
I would let Sky take his turn first before they leave, just in case he wants to talk to Lady Rosethorn.
That is a good point.
I was just gonna talk to the kids a little bit. Rosethorn can leave.
Okay.
Yeah, the kids are staying.
Okay. I just want to make sure that somebody didn't leave before Sky got a chance to talk.
No, it's cool. It's cool, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're right. I for whatever reason, I thought Evelyn was last. I forgot about Careless. My mistake. All right, so they all start heading out, one after the other, off into the desert, though not very deep into the desert, as they're a very, very short way from the grasslands and onto the trail that will lead them to safety. Oh, and this one too. So, after she leaves, that leaves the 4 pirates, the 5 kids, and the 5 high-profile individuals. So, Careless, we come to you.
Yeah, first he's gonna put Jack back down over here.
Plump.
Stay. We'll approach the kids and kneel down kindly. Look at the 2 tiefling girls. Hey. It would be very helpful if you could tell us anything about your parents so we know who to contact or who to talk to when we get to the next island. Can you tell me a little bit about them?
So each of them basically tells you, gives details, gives names. So you get a good enough list to where that once you were able to get to any of these locations that you'd be able to try and locate their parents.
Okay.
None of them.
Does that include?
None of them are anyone that you know of or anything special.
All right. Just making sure that everybody does have a parent and that none of them are orphans.
Yep, you find that actually none of them are orphans.
Good, good. Don't worry. Once we get over there, we're gonna tell your parents and we're gonna send word to have you safely transported over. Okay?
They all just collectively, well, not collectively, but they all nod, they acknowledge. Much like how they were with Chase, they're a little standoffish, only because they're just scared kids. But this pirate over here does step up. We'll watch over them as long as necessary here, because I'm sure that wherever you're going, you're probably not want to carry them all with you, right?
Well, one of them does live in Dahlem, so we will be taking him with us, but thank you for keeping an eye on them.
Actually, it's not that far. It's not as far of a journey to Dahlem that you think. We know a fast route that will take it only a couple of hours.
Yeah,
Really?
he's right.
It'll be a bit, I'd say it's about a day's journey to where we need to go, but then, yeah, remember, Bellions, there's a train It still works.
Mm-hmm.
It's Dahlem, right?
Yes.
Uh-huh. We're going to Crazy Keith's Crossroads. Then to Dahlem.
I don't think
I
you have a
mean-
teleportation spell there, Bell.
He has.
Wasn't Carolys's father buried in Dahlem? Because I got teleportation coordinates to that great
Oh,
site.
that's right.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
right.
we actually
Honestly,
have a 2-minute
you have
journey.
teleported.
oh,
Yeah.
right. Duh, I completely forgot. Well, I didn't know if you had it prepared. Because you've been gone.
I do not today.
Well, technically, we did get a
But
long
we just
rest.
rested, so, and I know where we're going next, so yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay.
So it was, okay.
Moving on.
Well,
Moving on.
right, Bill Oaks. Oh, right. That'll be even easier. I better tell Anarin to contact her then. Okay.
Well, LB. Well, that makes things a lot easier. Actually, it might be a lot safer for them there than here.
Yeah,
Mike.
I plan to have my parents get them set up and then hopefully get a message out to the parents. Get it done quickly.
If the Warriors Guild branch in Dahlem set up, they might have a safe place there too.
I doubt it's set up. It's only really been a week. Careless. I doubt it's set up already, man.
Options are options. He's gonna look back at the kids real fast. Hey, I know you're all scared, but trust me when I tell you, being scared, it means that you are facing fears head on. It shows that you're all brave little kids. One way or another, this is gonna make you better. Okay?
They all kind of look at each other. Some are a little confused, but the older ones seem to grasp on what you're trying to say, and they help out the younger ones. Collectively, they all start to feel a little less afraid.
Gonna get home. That's my word as a paladin and as a member of the guild. I promise. But for now, just continue to be brave little kids, okay?
And they will just nod to you and stay mostly huddled up, but they're a lot more relaxed now. They're just kind of now waiting for what comes next.
Alright. Take care of yourselves. He's gonna pick Jackson back up, put him on his back. There we go. Get King Douchebag on the back.
Is that a pinata?
Yes. Yes, it is. And while you can't hit it right now, well, if we had some paint, you could draw all over his face.
Unfortunately, there's no paint.
Damn it. Ah, well. Tell you what. Why don't you all bonk him on the head really hard?
Careless. No.
Oh,
No.
let me have a little bit of fun. He'll come up to this pirate. Thank you for offering to take care of them.
Well, it's like I was telling your little rabbit friend. We might have joined the crew, but we had no idea that kids were going to be involved, and that's where the two of us drew the line. We were, of course, locked away for it, but we don't regret it.
You stood up for what's right. That's commendable, if you ask me.
Still, we are pirates, so I'm kind of curious what's going to be happening to us next.
Who knows? If anything's to be certain in this life is, you make your own path. Just because you're a pirate doesn't mean you have to be a dirty scumbag. I learned that along the way of my journeys.
No, that is true. I suppose we'll just have to wait and see what Dahlem or whoever else has planned for us. Right now, we have nowhere else to go.
Only time will tell. I'm glad that we were able to save you and pass mercy on to a lot of you. It's nice to not have to kill everything for once. Anyway, we need to get going. We got some journey ahead before we get over.
Yep, your turn is just about over.
Yep, he'll pass over to Chase, give the descriptions about the parents, and we'll end it there and head on over.
Yep, right now, I would say that unless anybody specifically has something that they would like to do here, that it would be time to get ready to go. So I will just go down the list and ask if there's anything specific you'd like to do. So Chase.
Nope.
Okay. Belle.
Not really.
Akira. You do have Amaya there, and she's been talking, as you saw, with Anaran, and she has come to you. Though the conversation wasn't exactly a quiet one, unless you were putting yourself into your own little world, you would have heard them with a decent perception of, say, 15. What's your
Roll
passive?
Oh, passive is 15.
You heard everything. So I will say that with Amaya coming to you, she will come out of the water. Come on. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Since I know you are able to hear pretty much everything that we talked about, I won't bore you with any details. But I understand what you did and why you did it. But at the same time, I want to spend a little bit more time with you and see what we can do to make you happier. Yes, after all, you are isolating yourself from your own companions. Is it only because of Anaran, or is it something more?
Akira just point to his head. This is a talk that I would love to. This is only a private talk I want to.
I had a feeling that you'd want it to be private, which is why I'm not going into anything further right here. But don't worry, we will have it. And I think it's long overdue. Places her hands on your shoulders, leans in, and actually presses her forehead against yours. You are not a monster. And I am going to make damn well sure that neither you nor anyone else thinks of that or tries to abuse that. Now, that being said, I know that you have this journey going over to Dahlem, so when we have time there, we'll speak. Right now, I need to go report in myself. There's somebody else that's a little bit worried about what's going on right here.
Very well.
He just reaches up,
Yeah.
fluffs your head, and then poof. Don't worry, I'm still with you in case there's anything that you wanted to say.
Yeah, I know. Just I will wait until we have that discussion.
All right. Well, then, it's report time. We're gonna definitely need some tea after this one. And with that, she seems to be truly gone. That being said, anything more that you would like to do?
No, not really.
All right.
I have more. If I have more time, in the actual time, I would definitely.
You do because you haven't really had a moment yet since you've just kind of been by yourself. So I'm gonna give you this moment.
I'm taking all the people's moments. All right, I'll I'll make use of it.
I'm sorry?
I said I'll make use of it.
Okay. Yep, then go for it. You have about 7 minutes.
Yay. So, since he's only communicating Maya in his head, just done playing nice to everyone. I have done everything right. Yes, I did let slip of eternity. Yes, I use the same tactics that I always do to my enemies, or those that claims to be enemies.
Is this all in your head, or are you saying any of this out loud?
It's all in his head.
It's all in your head. So if that's the case, Amaya can technically hear this.
Yeah.
So, as you say that, actually, I'm going to let you finish up what thoughts and such that you wanted to say first.
Follow orders. I've done exactly what you said about how. Yes. Done being kicked back into the water again. I'm done trying to tread in darkness. I have practiced. I have learned. I have done everything you have taught me to just harness it. Use it. And yet, I'm still treading water. I'm still treading, barely keeping my head afloat. You used to see my own hair. You can even see my own fur just turning black as I am slowly being ashamed by my own damn goddess.
Oh, now you care, Bella.
Huh?
My
His
cat.
Oh.
My cat. I just try not to be close to anyone, and just having Silver making a little shrine for me so I can have a place to teleport to them. Yeah, I'm slowly thinking about it. It's just nothing about me. I get this, clean this archipelago, this filth. Get out of here. Take back what's mine.
And that's when you do hear the voice of Amaya. You are doing as well as you can. There's no shame in that. There are things, however, that you are... How best to put this? I think that you're trying too hard to do it yourself. When you have companions that are willing to also help you. I think the problem that I saw before is that you are lashing out on those that don't really need to be lashed out at. That is just adding bricks to your wall.
And it's a force of habit, sadly. You know I always attack. You know how I use people.
Yes, I know. And that is something that I can't teach you. That is something that you need to allow yourself to learn from them. Remember, when you started this journey, there was not very much trust. You were brand new to the party, but that trust was earned over time, and you are fighting alongside them. You're helping them. You even did something that, while you definitely should have alerted Anaran earlier to avoid any kind of backlash that he would have given, you used your power for the sake of somebody else. You used your power for the sake of Evelyn and to get rid of the trash that has been building up in her life. You're not doing anything wrong by that standard. The only thing you are needing some work with is the trust part. You isolate yourself. You put up this barrier. You get in sometimes. You let your guard down a little bit every now and then. You have fun with them. And then you go right back to going behind that wall. I think what they really want and what you really need, especially if you do not want to find yourself becoming a monster, is try not to do it by yourself, but get a little boost from those around you. I know we have to do a little bit of the dirty work. Raven Queen really does not like the undead. That's why people like us have to do it when it's for the greater good. And I'm not faulting you for that. I just want you to communicate more, get boosted by them more, and you'll find yourself not feeling the way that you're feeling right now. That is how I believe you'll find yourself feeling a bit happier, feeling a bit more satisfied, because you'll be doing exactly what you want to do, exactly what you seek to do, and not have to worry about hiding it, or at the very least, retreating into yourself.
Or work on it.
You know, I support you 100%. Your friends want to do the same. Give them a reason to. Because that's what they are. They are your friends. Oh, don't worry. I'm sure that your friends will enjoy you absolutely slaughtering all the filth and evil that's out there. I mean, you've seen them. They do practically the same thing. Oh, that interrogation with Grayson? Mwah, wonderful. Absolutely delicious. You can still do all that. Nothing's stopping you from that.
Well, as much as I do enjoy pleasing you, I do need to please my goddess a little bit more now.
And please yourself a little bit more. A happier self means happier performance, which means happier goddesses and the like, and so on and so forth, yada yada yada. Start with yourself. It will then start to bleed outward.
You know what that? Kara just slowly just stares at his reflection again. And he's just going to just put on his Kitsune mask for the time being.
All right. That was actually perfect timing. So, Kaylee, is there anything more that you would like to do before you head off to
I think it's best
Dublin?
that we wrap it up.
Okay. Anaran, anything more you would like to do?
Got nothing.
All right. Evelyn.
Nope, don't have anything.
All right. And Careless, since the last thing that we did was you right before we went to Akira, you still technically have a moment if you must, but it will be time to be going to Dahlem here momentarily. People seem to be getting themselves ready.
I got nothing. Let me just save you some time. I got nothing else right now.
All
I
right.
actually have one really quick thing considering where we are and what we just did. Chase.
I was wondering. Go for it.
Yeah. Chase will once again get in front of the statue, sit down in the same prayer position as before. It's like, we've cleaned your temple, my lady. I hope you can smile once again now.
So, with that, you do see that the statue definitely looks like it's back to looking like it's smiling once more, but you feel something lay upon your shoulder. Don't quite see anything, but you feel it. Only for suddenly for a voice to be like, oh shoot, I forgot to turn off the invisibility. And then you are basically just hugged from behind by a random stranger you do not know.
Chase will open his eyes. Kaylee, I swear to God. Well,
Hi.
yes, God. Okay. Hi.
So I know that you're probably shocked, probably have a lot of questions, and probably wondering, oh my goodness, the goddess herself is right here in front of me. What should I do? And I will be more than happy to help you answer all those questions by just saying thank you. This has been something that I have been suffering from for far too long. Everybody else in this room can see that she's there. She is not something that only Chase can see.
Poke it with a stick.
Oh, I had a feeling this was the reason why I can only get very small pokes instead of a direct answer, considering the situation we've gotten ourselves into.
Yes, this is the biggest temple that I have until you start going to the mainland, so my power here was very, 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 very low. But I talked to Garl, and he said that as soon as I was able to, I should come down here and thank you in person. You all are something else. Something else indeed. So, with that, I'm gonna need to find a way to be able to fill in that ugly, ugly hole underneath this temple. And see if I can find a way to reach out to somebody to fill this place back up with actual non-pirate versions of priests and priestesses. Oh, I've got a lot of work to do.
Well, you do your best on the holy people, and I will get Mom and Dad on coming down here for construction.
Oh, that'd be fantastic!
You've protected my family for so long, we owe it to you.
I know. And that's why I wanted to come here in person to thank you. Because you have done a lot for me, a lot for us. All of you have done so much. And honestly, there's more that we should be able to do to thank you, but for right now, let's just say that I'll be seeing you again very soon. There's something I want to give you. But for now, I know you all have a bit of a journey to go to Dahlem, I believe, so don't let me stand in your way. You have a grand adventure. As for me,
So this is a player bell. If you're going to do this, you better do it quick.
He just casually walks up and pokes her with the sheath of his weapon. Just
where do you poke her?
literally just anywhere. I'm not even thinking about it. I'm just.
She basically.
I will fucking roll a die on this. I don't care.
She jumps. I'm sorry, was that you?
I poke her again, right on the forehead this time.
Yes, that was you. You know, ladies typically like to be spoken to with a little bit more respect than to be just poked out of nowhere.
I needed to confirm you were in fact real and we didn't all just go insane.
Of course I'm real. I'm as real as that statue. Well, that statue is actually kind of I'll make it work.
Belle, you're messing with a halfling, a god that traditionally is with halflings. You know how well they
I know
like,
what you. How they like what?
well, practical jokes.
Okay, I know where this is going, and that's gnomes.
Oh, right. Okay.
That's gnomes. Halflings have a love of partying, but practical jokes
yeah.
is gnome
yeah.
territory.
Okay, yes, never mind. Okay. Then I will retract what I said, and just let this finish.
Oh, don't worry. I still like a good practical joke every now and then.
Hello there.
She just reaches down and just taps your sword for a second. Nice sword. All right.
I poke her again. I don't care what she did.
You know, I was going to be cute, but please stop poking me. It's actually rather rude.
Okay.
Paul.
Well, you didn't object before now, so now I know.
Oh, well, he's got a point. Oh, yes, there is a third person here. Hello. Oh, you're Saren Rays.
You can tell already, huh? Apologies for him. He's a little odd, but he means well.
No, it's okay. We know.
Listen, gods keep
Remember,
dropping out of the sky. One of them's going to be fake at some point.
we are actually watching. We know of you. We know of your group. We know what you're doing. We know of you, Belle. That's why I know about you and Saren Ray. It's quite simple, really. We all meet up for brunch every now and then.
I haven't talked to her in a while. Is she alright? I know she's stressed with a lot of things, but...
Oh, she's absolutely fine. Just incredibly stressed and busy and very flustered about a lot of things. She needs to learn to smile more. And I think she keeps complaining that her paperwork just keeps higher and higher and higher. She never finds a break.
Yeah, no, that sounds like the boss lady.
Anyway, alley-oop.
Keep an eye out for us.
And yep, there we go. And there we go. Oh, that's much better. Although I can't move. Well, I should have thought this one through. But being a statue has its benefits. Wait, I could just leave this anytime I want. Anyway, so thank you all very much for helping my temple. Chase, you have a safe journey to Dahlem, and I will be sending something to you. Something that will help. I've seen everything that happened down below. I have now heard quite a bit, and this is a lot of information that some others are going to need to hear. So, with that, may luck be on your side, and it will, because I'm in charge of it. Yeah, I'll see you later.
Alright.
What the fuck was that?
I like her. Anyway, we should get going, shouldn't we, Chase?
Yeah, come on. God, come on, everyone. Come on, Belle. You're the one that
Don't
gets
forget the
gonna get.
So,
Let's get outside, get set up, and get moving.
all right. So you all start making your way outside. And I won't start dragging literally everyone else out there. How many can this teleportation spell take?
Everybody that can jump into it within 10 seconds.
Oh, well then everybody's going to easily do that.
I'm literally opening a portal for 1 round, so and
I see.
Theoretically infinite.
Like the anime where someone's just like, and here's a hole in reality.
Got it. All right.
Teleportation circle. I draw a 10-foot diameter circle on the ground. It is to a known teleportation circle of my choice, whose sigil I know and is on the same plane of existence.
Perfect.
Yeah, we gather everybody around the where Bell's throwing it, and as soon as he finishes the cast in like 10 minutes, everybody jumps in. Gonna be a dog pile in the end.
Just dive, dive, dive! Every single person, all of your companions, all of your traveling add-ons, you all hop in, and you all make your way to the gravesite of Careless's father, the Oasis. And from there, I'm going to ask, are you wanting to stay there for any reason, or do you want to go straight to Dahlem?
Chase will tap Anna. Hold up. Chase will tap Anna on the shoulder.
What?
Could you call Vix for me? Let her know we're here. Let her know we're here at Dahlem.
Oh, okay. Sending. Hey, Vix, we're in Dahlem now.
All right, bitchin', I'll be right over there.
Bring whoever you can, or feel like, you know. Do as you wish.
Let's see. I can bring anyone that I want. I guess I'm kind of limited to whoever's already here. Unless they can meet me on the way. All right, no worries, we'll be there soon.
Yeah, she can. Well, she could go to the Sanguine Sea, and remember, she does have those scrolls of teleportation circle that Chase got for her.
Mm-hmm. Precisely.
Okay.
So, with that, let me set up Dahlem. God, there's like 5 Dahlems. Dahlem Arena, Dahlem Oasis, Dahlem Palace, Dahlem Temple, Dahlem. There it is.
Yeah, that's why I usually specify as Dahlem City. I gave up trying to have all these things all in the same map.
Alright. Oh, yes. Very big city. Very big city. Okay. There's the entrance. All right.
To the desert that we go.
Go ahead and drop everyone in. Sue. 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I'm missing Evelyn. Blech. That's right, because Evelyn keeps showing up over here for some reason. All right, and then. Okay. So, to make life easier for me, as far as figures are concerned, I will say that the rest of the entourage is with you. But if there's anyone specifically you want to see or talk to, I will spawn them in. Otherwise, they will just be an NPC that is hanging out with you. that's just invisible as far as the figure is concerned, so I'm not dragging a bazillion people. And just use your theater of the mind for that until you either drop them off at a place or do whatever. So, let me summon again. So, that being said, I want to ask, do you all want to continue for a little bit longer tonight, or do you want to get to a wrapping up point?
We can. This could be the wrapping up point of us just popping in here, kind of thing.
Oh,
Yeah, Bell does have to go to work in the morning.
got it.
No, that was only my hard cutoff point during overtime. Like I can go past 2 if we need to now.
Yeah, it's. We
Like
don't.
it's just up to everyone else.
Would you like to save this for next time?
Yeah, this seems like a good cutting off point, unless others want to really keep going.
All right. I do not hear any objections. So then I will then leave it here as you all arrive at the oasis, immediately gathering up everyone along with you. And then you make the short trek from the oasis right up to the main gates of Dahlem. Been quite some time since you were here. Things don't look at all different, other than the fact that you know that the city is now in much safer hands. And with that, I am going to go on ahead and say that will be a wrap for tonight. And then next time, we will focus on the dealings in Dahlem, because there will be more joining you soon.
Apparently, some have joined us already because there are a bunch of pirates at Chase's front door.
Yeah, it's
shit.
a little bit of a. I think it's been a while. It's been
It
a
has
while
been
since
quite a
we.
while.
Yeah.
And they gone.
Yeah.
Like what, 3 months since we've been here last?
Longer than that.
Mm-hmm.
Longer than that. We're
I think
talking
it was
about
May.
Yeah. Well, it was definitely summertime.
We've been here. The last time we were here was last year.
That is also
Which is true.
So for those of you watching, thank you all for being here tonight, and we will see you all next time.